All right, welcome. I was recently inspired by some questions I was receiving on Discord about some various things in Warhammer 3 to do a little bit of a Q&A stream here, so I wanted to go through and talk about some things. We can look at the spell browser. I can now show you guys Slaanesh as well, so I can literally show you everything except ogres. And yeah, your burning questions about ogres will no doubt be answered very soon. But for today, let's go ahead and get started here with a few things. So I'm on the custom battle screen versus the AI here with Slaanesh. Something that someone had just noted, there is currently a bug in the UI. You may think right here like, oh, the Herald of Slaanesh has Lore of Dark Magic, but no, this is actually the Herald of Shadow. You'll notice there's an Exalted Keeper of Secrets of Shadow, there's an Lurus of Shadows, right? So this is just the Herald of Shadow. It's currently a UI bug. I don't know if it's intended for Slaanesh to have dark magic at some point. I don't think so. I don't know, though. I'm not a lore expert. You guys would have to ask, like, Lore Master of Sotek or Great Book of Grudges. But anyway. So we'll get started here. We've got a few questions. Initially, Rubber Duck of War asks, who is your favorite faction? Why does it have so many polar bears? Well, obviously, guns, axes, and bears. That's pretty much all I need to say. Does Urson survives in any campaign? Okay, so this is 100% big spoiler alert. So for those of you guys who don't want any campaign spoilers, I'm going to give you a few seconds now to mute the stream, pause the stream, whatever you need to do. Come back in like 2 or 3 minutes, maybe less, because I am going to put out some campaign spoilers right now. So, okay, now that they're all gone, yes, if you beat the Kislev campaign, Kislev is actually the only campaign I've fully played to completion. I am super close, and I can actually show you guys all of my save files now, because I can show you all the way up until the end game. So I can show you some of the saves. Kislev's the only one that I've actually beaten the campaign with. And yes, I beat it as Boris Ursus, and I don't know with Katarine or Kostaltine if the ending is different. I'd imagine it's probably pretty much the same, but yes, you do sort of rekindle Urson back to life, so. Is Slaanesh big OP? Slaanesh is, if you are ultra mega level, like, top tier tournament player, Slaanesh is ridiculous. If you're, like, even above average, like, I would consider myself, like, a pretty good player. I'm definitely above average. I'm not on that top tier of player. I can compete with those guys on occasion. I can steal games from them sometimes. You know, I can give them a run for their money, but I'm not quite on that level. Even I sometimes fail to execute Slaanesh correctly, so, like, yes, Slaanesh is super strong if you are an extremely skilled player. For the rest of us, they are strong, but they are a glass cannon. They are fairly unforgiving for mistakes. So, yep. Okay, so a few more questions here. How much has older spell lords changed? So Zachary asks a question that sort of inspired this stream in the first place. I'm going to go through the spell browser in just a minute, and we'll actually look through all of the old lores of Magic, and I'll show you guys some things have changed. Mostly it's the same. It's mostly UI improvements. But we can go look through those in the spell browser. How does the game run compared to Total War Warhammer 2? So this is a question I've been receiving quite a bit. It runs worse. That's just the reality of it right now. I know Creative Assembly's priority is on stability and optimization improvements. So, you know, this is a pre-release build. Hopefully it will improve before the game is released. I'd imagine it would, and post-launch as well, it should continue to improve. But I noticed that it runs consistently, you know, anywhere like 8 to 12 to 15 frames lower. Same exact settings, same exact situation than Warhammer 2, consistently. Sometimes it dips even lower on the campaign map during certain events and so forth. So I'm not allowed to show ogres yet, no. Due to the embargo, ogres will be coming in a few days. I forget exactly. It's like 3 or 4 days. It's very soon, but yes. Hello, Happy Puppy. Good to see you. Matchups. Julio asks a really good question about matchups. If you have 20 units in Domination Mode, you know, Hadris, I've actually not tested that, but maybe like Happy Puppies here in chat maybe in a minute we could actually get someone to help us test that. Remind me in like 5 minutes, Hadris, and we can come back and test that, because I actually had the same question. Domination modes, if neither player captures the flags, there's no time limit on domination, so the matches could theoretically go an infinite amount of time if both players just fail to capture all 3 objectives, which is basically never going to happen. So, anyway, I was getting, what's the worst opponent for each faction to face? So that's a good question. We'll come back around to that probably in a dedicated video, but I would say in general I could just sort of run through them briefly right now. Again, everyone except, well, you know what, actually, I'm going to skip this question for today because it's awkward to talk about all of this without including the Ogre Kingdoms. So, and again, I'll probably make a dedicated video talking about matchups. Sure. Sham Anomaly, my pleasure. Hello, Samurai Warrior. Welcome, welcome. I think, King Lewin, to answer your question, I think the Warhammer 1 and 2 races will fare pretty decently, honestly. Like, just based on looking at the stats of things here, it seems clear that some things are not fully balanced yet, but for the most part, I think they'll probably do pretty well. So Be'lakor is available only for Demons of Chaos. You can see I've got him right here, and I can actually show you Be'lakor's full kit. So you unlock Be'lakor just by beating the main campaign. He's only available for Demons of Chaos right now in multiplayer. Now that does mean he's not going to be usable in most tournaments and in ranked, which is unfortunate. Hopefully he'll get added to another faction later on that can be used in those contexts, because he himself is quite strong. I mean, he's got a really strong stat profile other than his armor. That definitely is lacking pretty substantially, but Lore of Shadows as well. Obviously, Penumbral Pendulum is stupid broken right now. I do expect that to receive significant nerfs, you know, at some point post-release, but like this Blade of Shadow here, quite good. I mean, it's expensive to take. It actually doesn't cost him anything. Oh, that's interesting. So you definitely always want to take that. It's kind of like Scarbrands. As he gets kills, he gets better. This Lord of Torment also is an AoE heal. Wow, that's ridiculous for anyone that's wavering. Okay, so maybe Be'lakor's a little bit OP. His ability set certainly seems quite strong. Removes immune to psychology and -8 leadership. Again, ridiculously strong. You can terror out anything that doesn't have terror itself. Very strong ward save and single target 40 melee attack debuff. So yeah, Be'lakor is meaty for sure. If you could take him in multiplayer, you probably would for a couple of factions, but currently he's only available for Warriors of Chaos. Or, sorry, Demons of Chaos. Oh, Samurai Warrior coming in. You can summon more than 20 units if you have more than 20 units between army and reinforcement. Okay, so answering a question already that I was going to go test. That's excellent. What is currently living where the Chaos Dwarfs will live eventually? That would be Greenskins. So if you go back and watch my Boris campaign from yesterday, I streamed a Boris Ursus campaign. He starts right next to the Darklands, kind of like on the border of the Darklands and the mountains, and the World's Edge Mountains, or the Northern, I don't know, whatever the Northern Mountains are, like his live. Yeah, he, anyway, you can go back and watch the stream and you'll see it's just occupied by orcs for the time being. Like Greenskins. Let's see here. Can you play any of the multiplayer campaigns offline? I would assume you can host them and play them offline by yourself. I don't know. I haven't actually tried that. Slaanesh versus Khorne domination gameplay. Yeah, I could show you guys some of that. I actually have a replay that I'm going to be casting on a video tomorrow, I think, but any chance of them tweaking Tzeentch's shields before release? I don't think so, Hadriz, unfortunately. Tzeentch is very strong because of it. Slaanesh is one faction that can contest with Tzeentch. It's probably the closest matchup, but those two, yeah, those two have some pretty interesting matchups for sure. Let's see. Do you see the future of your channel in domination mode? You know, Neckbet, to be honest, I think it's probably going to be a mix of domination and land battles. Right now, my focus is purely on domination because it's new and exciting, and I'm having a lot more fun playing it. I was I mean, not totally burned out, but it's just, you know, I've been playing Total War Warhammer Land Battles for 5 years. It's like, I was definitely ready for something new. That being said, I do see that you lose a little bit of the spectacle of the large-scale engagements, so, I don't know. I'm going to play around with some different formats and see. I might end up doing, like, large-scale domination with funds, because if I actually host a domination lobby and show you guys, so if I go here to the setup, I can actually do custom funds, and the ratio, this ratio will not change right here. I think if we go ahead and just, I'm showing overs, whoops. Pay no attention to that. Yes. Probably have to go back and edit that out of my stream later on, but yes, anyway. So you can see here that if I come in here and change the funds, I can actually, like, do whatever custom funds, and this ratio won't change, but you can actually, you know, you can actually, like, still bring, because the supply rate isn't changed, so in theory you could take a whole bunch of elite units in your reinforcements, but, you know, if you were to set this up so you had basically, like, your standard funds in your main army starting, so you could actually take, like, almost a full stack here, and then, you know, it's almost more like a land battle at that point with reinforcements kind of after the fact. I don't know. I don't know how it would work. I haven't tried it yet with anyone, but, yeah, the Witch Hunter's actually knocking on my door right now. Yes, the Inkari quest battle is the only way to encounter High Elves. Yes, High Elves, Dark Elves are only encounterable through the pirate encounters. There's no Tomb Kings. There's no Vampire Coast that I have come into contact with. Pretty much all of the other factions are on the map, though. Like, those are the only ones. The 2 Elven factions are only available in that very limited context, other than Wood Elves, obviously. And then, yeah, the 2 DLC Undead factions are also not on the map at all. Everyone, or I guess Bretonnia also, I forget. Bretonnia is also not interactable whatsoever. Like, I don't think there's any way to interact with Bretonnia currently, so those 3 being left out is pretty interesting to me, and there's also room for them to possibly put them on the campaign map eventually, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, they're already watching, to be honest. Definitely saw nothing. Yes. But anyway, so I do want to personally play around with, and this is one thing, again, a point of feedback for CA. I'm going to make a dedicated video about this, but the biggest thing for me for domination would be, I'd love, and I don't know if this is something that you could even implement, but I would love to be able to customize all of the parameters for domination. So, like, having this funds customization is awesome, and this is already something that I can play around with and sort of see if there's something that I consider more fun or that people sort of gravitate to more to from a viewing experience. It'd be cool to be able to change this ratio. It'd be cool to be able to change the timer for the, like, when the domination flags activate. It would be nice to change the total victory ticket limit to make the battles either longer or shorter. So, like, if you could do all of those things, let's say you could literally create a land battle with objectives that, like, Lotus Moon's suggestion, right? Land battles that have objectives that activate after 10 minutes. You could literally set that up yourself through custom settings within this interface, and then host an event with those settings, you know, just mandating that those be used in your rule set. Basically allowing people to create their own custom variations on domination mode. I think that would be great. Again, I don't know if that's something that they could implement, but the ability to customize, like, every parameter, and maybe even the supply rate as well, or the catch-up mechanic, because I know some people are not the biggest fans of the catch-up mechanic. I think it's fine, unless you're playing Slaanesh, pretty much, and then it can be problematic, but maybe some people would opt to just turn it off completely for their event, and that does sort of create this situation where you could have a lot of different tournaments that may be confusing for newer players with these different rule sets, but for me, the customization would be really nice, so that you just give people the ability to play the game mode that they want, basically, right? Anyway, that's spoiler alert. That's basically like the TLDR for that entire video. Ask me again in 3 days, Darth Wooder. Do we see Archon or any other OG Chaos Lords? No. So there's no legendary lords for Norska, Warriors of Chaos, Beastmen. There are legendary lords for Skaven. I think that's the only game. And then obviously, like, you have Dwarfs and Empire and Vampire counts. So for Game 2 factions, the only legendary lords on the map are Skaven. For Game 1, it's, you know, all of the Empire. There's no greenskins, but there is Empire Dwarfs. Ungrim Iron Fist is there only. But he is there. And yeah, so I expect that they'll start to bring in more of the Game 1 and 2 Legendary Lords onto the map, maybe post-integration or at some point. I don't know. I think it'd be cool to see Thorgrim, or, Thorgrim Grudgebear or Grombrindle kicking around, or, like, if you maybe put the tip of the donut in the edge of the map, you could have Teclis and Tyrion show up. I don't know. Because Teclis and Tyrion have a history with Inkari, right? So it would make a lot of sense for them to have some sort of narrative. Maybe even a future mini-campaign of, like, you know, again, post-integration of Teclis and Tyrion and the High Elves versus Inkari, maybe. Again, Professor Pone, ask me in 3 days. Or 4 days, or whatever it is. Whenever the next embargo is. What are you talking about, Reproductive War? I mean, I guess it's not really a duck faction. We have the Chaos Chicken faction, but you could pretend that they're ducks. I mean, they have a little bit of a curved beak. It's more like a raven, but anyway. I could do some magic testing. We could do a little bit of magic testing, perhaps. Let me see. I was going to look through the spell browser as well. Yes, Hadriz, yes. You get to fight Deathmaster early in your Cathay campaigns, and it's fun. He is there, for sure. Okay, let's look through the spell browser real quick. So one thing I wanted to show you guys is, so, lores of Magic, right? One thing to note, and I think probably the biggest change in Magic overall, besides the UI improvements that actually now show the damage for every single spell, as we watch Balthazar in the classic Lore of Metal screens there. Do I see myself winning World Championships? Probably not. I'd much prefer to be casting World Championships, to be honest. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy playing in tournaments from time to time to test myself, and just, you know, to compete and to get that thrill of competition, honestly. Like, I really enjoy that. But I much more enjoy casting. Like, when I get into a flow state and I'm just full-on stream of consciousness, just speaking words into existence, it's magical. For me, there's nothing like that. So I'd prefer to be casting in the World Championships, if I'm honest, rather than playing. But yes. Anyway, back to Magic. So one of the biggest changes I would say applies not only to Magic but to abilities in general is healing, right? So you all will know, obviously, from the... whoops, not that one again. This one here. I mean, I guess I could probably show this. It's probably actually not a problem to show that because you can see all those spells in campaign. But anyway, Fleshy Abundance is a heal, and all heals are percentage-based. So now that has major implications for a whole bunch of stuff. It's going to change the values on higher HP stuff especially. Like, it'll be, in terms of raw numbers, you'll get a lot more value out of healing high HP expensive units especially, but just in general high HP units, right? So I can go ahead and pull up my handy dandy calculator here just because I'm no math magician, and we can do some calculations here of just for fun 1.6% HP times, what is it, 20-second duration, 32% HP. So Fleshy Abundance, very expensive heal. If you overcast it, gives an area of effect with unlimited targets, I think. I don't know. It doesn't specify a number of targets here. Maybe somebody can correct us in chat. Yeah, so, anyway, so an AoE heal with 32% HP, and now keep in mind, if we go back to Nurgle, So again, heals are percentage-based HP. So if you look at, let's say, a relatively low HP unit, like Furies, oh, okay, 32% of 5,000 is not that much. 32% of 14,000, on the other hand, for Mr. Chungath Plague Bro. Okay. Duck coming in here, CA Duck. Oscar in chat is coming in here with some good knowledge. 35-meter radius, thank you for pointing that out as well. So the heals being percentage-based is important, and that has big implications for, like, vampire counts. Obviously, vampire counts having more healing than anyone else. So the way it's been implemented is all of the quote-unquote low-tier heals, which would be Earthblood, Lore of Vampires, Invocation of Nehek, right? If I go down here, where's Lore of Life? Lore of Life, Earthblood, 0.8 heals per second. So you can actually go through then and calculate exactly how much percentage-based HP this is going to heal. And now, so for other factions, like if we go ahead and think about like the Empire, for example, right? Like, you don't have a ton of really high HP units other than your infantry, right? Like, your infantry are really your highest HP units. So what this means is spamming Earthbloods on a line of infantry for the Empire, you know, in theory, is going to be quite a bit stronger. Yeah, let's all take a minute to appreciate as well that Lore of Life has new icons that look really good and are much easier, more importantly, much easier to differentiate between different... different spells. Same thing for Lore of Shadows. They gave Lore of Shadows the same treatment. It's so much easier to tell these apart now at a glance. You know exactly, it's easier to memorize which one's which, and you know, most of the other spells are fine. I think maybe Heavens could use a tiny bit of tweaking, like Curse the Midnight Wind looks like a blob of nothing, but for the most part, now these two lores have been brought in line with all these other lores of magic. Yes. So we already talked about Be'lakor just for Demons of Chaos. You can go back, if you rewind the stream a bit, you can go back, and I actually showed off his stat line as well. But yeah, so anyway, we were going through, and I was going to show you guys, we could do some calculations of magic. I wanted to talk specifically about healing magic. Another one I've had quite a few questions about is Soul Stealer. So Soul Stealer is also the same low tier heal, 0.8 heals per second, and it actually lists the amount of damage it does now. It only has a 15% miscast, and before it actually healed by miscast, doing like a miscast healed damage. It was weird, but now it's just here. Yeah, the heals is pretty solid. What this means also is, again, if we think about the percentage-based heals implications, hang on, I was actually going to go over here to Dark Elves. So like Malekith on the dragon, for example, we don't see it here, but he has quite a bit of HP in comparison to Morathi on her Pegasus, right? What that means, though, is that Malekith's Soul Stealer is going to heal him for more raw HP numbers, even though he can't cast as many as Morathi. The other thing to consider about Morathi, though, is, of course, Greater Arcane Conduit now increases spell power, so her Soul Stealer will do more damage and heal more, assuming that it applies to both effects, which it does on, you know, apply individually to damage or healing effects on other spells. So I would imagine that it applies on both. You can correct us if that's incorrect. But yeah, this, I have to say, from a user's perspective, this unit / spell browser is like 100,000 times better than what it was before, so huge props to CA for that. The fact that you don't have to own the DLCs to be able to go through and look, especially from a multiplayer perspective, is awesome, because if you just get steamrolled by some faction that you're not familiar with, and you're like, what was that unit? What in the world? Something, Necrosphinx? And then you come in here for the Tomb Kings, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, Necrosphinx. Oh yeah, let me show you guys also, Realm of Souls. 0.4 heals per second is really not a lot, but again, because it's percentage-based now, your higher HP infantry will benefit more from that than, you know, your other, like, cavalry and so forth. So, given that infantry has the most capture power for domination, too, that does kind of benefit them. Yeah. Interesting. I hadn't noticed that, Duck, but that does make sense. You know, actually, in hindsight, when I think about the times that I have used some of the explosions and vortex spells, it does seem like the damage is more consistent. That's awesome. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely awesome. Yeah, okay, Samurai. Oh, yeah, that's why Pendulum is so... It feels so ridiculously OP now. What that means is, like, I haven't tested a lot of spells, and I probably should go through and test more of the spells that we have available here on, like, Lore of Death and other things, but... Chain Lightning might actually be worth a cast. We can do some testing, actually. Let me get a Cathay build. We'll actually go versus the AI here. Unless Samurai Warrior wants to jump in and help me test some things. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. So maybe, you know, given that change, might need to go through and sort of do a balance pass on some of those spells again. Because obviously, Pendulum is the most clearly egregious example right now. But, you know, we haven't had the opportunity to test a lot of these Game 1 and 2 spells in real time, so... most bound abilities are still there. Yeah, like for at least, again, this is subject to change. I should note that the things that you see in this spell browser, this spell unit browser right now, obviously this is not final and things could still potentially change. But anyway, what were you even asking here? Bound abilities, yeah. So like I could show you on the Wood Elves. Let's look at the Zotes, okay? Zotes, yeah, you see uses 2, there's no spell cost, which means this is still just a bound ability rather than being a spell like what the, let's say, the Lord of Change has, right? Which makes sense, but I expected maybe some of these to change. Maybe they still will, who knows what the intention is. Yeah, it's interesting to note that, yeah, the Shield of Thorns change could actually be really good, like casting this on a unit of Dryads and then YOLOing them into some squishy stuff. I don't know. Could be interesting. No worries, Samurai. Yeah, Fate of Buna is definitely more powerful. We can go through and look at some of these other lores here. What else was I thinking of? Power of Darkness, I've also had some questions. It gives you a substantial amount of permanent power reserve. So a 20-second duration gives you 20 power reserve, permanent power reserve. So now, obviously, again, I don't have access to Dark Elves to test how worth it this is, but potentially this might actually be really good if you need some extra Winds of Magic. I don't know, though. Let's see. We could look at Burning Head. Lore of Fire's here. Burning Head doesn't do any AP damage. Pretty low damage overall, too. I don't know. Yes. How do Vassals work in campaigns? So, the Vassals, I really use Vassals a lot before, to be honest. Like, I could show you guys my Inkari campaign. We can actually load that up in just a minute. I'm going to table that question for now, and I can show you guys. But, yeah, it is nice, though, that we now have damage values for all of the spells, right? And you can see the exact AP values of everything, radiuses. I'd be curious, these Greenskins explosions and wind spells were already pretty good before. I'd be curious now with the change to explosion damage, how much better they are. I noticed Vindictive Glare Overcast is back the way it is before, where it actually gives more projectiles. Or at least that's what it says here in the tooltip. Itchy Nuisance, interesting. I feel like that was a different effect before, but... Tempest, that's right, Lore of High Magic. So, Hand of Glory is still the same. Apotheosis is 0.8% heals per second. I feel like this is a little bit of a buff for Apotheosis, especially buffing like big high health dragons and stuff like that, or, you know, for the Lizardmen, whatever high health single entities, Mazda Mundi, right? Self-healing with Apotheosis. This is definitely a buff for that, because again, percentage based. Tempest is now, it's back to the way it was before, where it's actually a hard snare. This is the way it was originally implemented back in Total War Warhammer 2, like in the early patches, and then they switched it later on to be just a heavy speed debuff instead of a hard snare. But now it's back to a hard snare, and direct damage, pretty decent amount of direct damage. If we compare this to, this is the nice thing, is you can just compare this damage value. So like, Spirit Leech, right? 3467 direct damage. This one, 3467. So it's the same damage profile as Spirit Leech, and you can. It's nice to be able to compare those. You'll find quite a bit of consistency between different tiers of spells and sort of different effects. The fact that this one, you know, it's a tier higher spell definitely than Spirit Leech, I would say, but it does have the hard snare on top of it, which kind of counteracts. You know, let's see, duration 17 seconds. Versus 13 seconds, so a little bit of a higher damage output overall, but similar. Back to high magic, Fiery Convocation. This is probably really strong now. Yeah, 48 damage, man, that is, and 100% armor piercing. Pendulum is 72. Okay, so Pendulum still does more damage than, it's not all armor piercing, but still apparently does more damage than Fiery Convocation. That's interesting. And then you've got Arcane Unforging. Increased cooldowns. Lost the Vortex part. Interesting. I didn't even realize that it had an actual Vortex attached to it before. Because did it actually do anything? Yeah, it's going to be quite strong, definitely in Domination, especially against anyone that's going to take any flying units. I mean, pretty much the same as before, right? It'll be very strong against flying units, but I guess, did the Vortex affect multi-model units? Was that why it deleted? I mean, it's still going to do a lot of damage to, like, Pegasus Knights, right? But is that why it deleted multi-model flying units so heavily? Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, why it was so devastating against units like Bats, Pegasus Knights, especially Pegasus Knights, Longmas. I mean, there's a lot of expensive flying cavalry in Game 3 now, so makes sense you'd need to retune that. Quenched effect on Soul Quench. Quenched. Oh, it has a damage over time effect. Soul Quench now gives a dot. Interesting. Okay, so you've completely reworked, not completely reworked high magic, but that's very interesting. 3 seconds of that. So potentially that's an additional 375 damage, like post fact on a unit. That's actually quite a bit. That's an extra. I mean, that's an extra hit from a single entity basically for free. And I wonder how the entity scaling on this. Can you maybe you can tell us, Duck? How is the entity scaling? Does this hit multiple entities, or is this a single entity scaling? I would imagine it only is on one entity, because that's quite a bit of damage, but that'll one-shot a lot of unit models in the game. Like that specific range. Did it have a dot already? No way. Did it? We just didn't know it. Really? What? I never knew that. That's crazy. I guess we all learned something new today. That's funny. Was it just not listed in the UI before? Huh. Wild. Loopy, I think so. Like, because it has the same damage scaling as Spirit Leech, and it says strong versus single combatant. So, yes, I think Tempest is a single target damage scaling. Whereas, like, if we go to Lore of Shadows, Melkos is still, it shows strong versus 25 or above, which seems to be the dichotomy. Now, I want to check. Lore of Wild was a little weird before in that Traderkin was strong versus, like, a 2 model and above scaling or something. I don't know. But now it's just a single target, it looks like, which is more sensible. No. Old World factions will not be available on multiplayer at launch, at least without a mod. I'm not a modder. I haven't dug into the game files because I don't know if I'm allowed to see how easy it would be to enable them. Given that everything is in this browser right here, I mean, ostensibly, at least there's an XML file with all the icons and the stats and abilities and everything. Everything, I mean, most things I think are in the game other than, again, Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast, Bretonia, I haven't actually seen in the campaign. All the other factions, I've seen at least some level of representation on the campaign map, so I think everything's in the game already. I don't know how hard it would be to enable it with modding. I don't know if that's something that Creative Assembly is going to allow. Certainly, I think it should be allowed. I think there's no reason why not. But anyway, yeah, not on release, not in the base game. I'm gonna err on the side of caution and say no, I'm not gonna show you the lore of the Great Maw right now. I mean, you could see it in campaign, I'm sure, in some campaign situations, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to show it to you guys. If it pops up incidentally here and there, it's fine, but... Yeah, it would explain why the game is 120 gigabytes, yeah, which is why I think everything is in the game right now, and would probably be relatively easy to enable with a mod. Is there anything new with the Skaven? Not that I've seen, other than the fact that they're all over the place on the new campaign map, which is nice. So the Cataclysm spells, Time of Muck is speed, reload skill, melee attack in a huge area of effect. All these are 55 meter. All the circular AoEs are 55 meter. This is a 8.8 heals per second, so a really, really strong heal. Infinite effect. Oh yeah, infinite range. Yeah, I'm not reading that wrong. This one here, again, is a buff. Only single target? Really? That seems weird. Yeah, single target, but a huge buff on a single target. Gehenna's Golden Globe is a big, slow wind spell. Magma Storm is, I think, a stationary vortex. Yep. Very cool. Ashes and Dust is a huge Fate of Buna. Huge Fate of Boring that just kills everything in a giant AoE. Look at that damage per second, man. It's insane. I mean, I say Fate of Boring. It actually has a really cool animation. Thorsten's Thunderstorm is a lightning storm. I mean, kind of speaks for itself. It lasts for a really long time, too. It just kind of saturates an area for a second, just killing everything. Quench damage is listed as hitting units with 25 entities or above. Oh, okay. So it does a lot of damage then to multi-model units. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it does. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Interesting. I never knew that before. I think it's a lot easier to understand personally, Duck. Like, the fact that you can consistently expect, like, there's, you know, like, 2 different types of direct damage spells rather than, again, like you said, having tens of different variations. It's much easier to understand. And the fact that it's all clearly represented with the UI, you know, with just the raw damage numbers, makes it even that much easier to understand, right? If you guys ever do decide to go more granular later on with, like, more levels, right? Anyway, Dance of Despair, giant debuff. Giant, big old debuff for everything. Anyway, so we could do a little bit of magic testing, though. Let's go for classic. I'll bring some Cathayan magic. And I really wish also that there was a Realm of Chaos battle type. This is another point of feedback from CA. It'd be nice if you guys could add, like, a Storm of Magic mode just as another battle type right here that would give us unlimited winds of magic and access to the Cataclysm spells in a multiplayer battle. Or maybe you just have like a checkbox on the land battle down here, like Realm of Chaos or Storm of Magic or something. Anyway. Here, I guess I need to test against some infantry. Let's do against another cafe. Give them these guys, and the nice thing is we can get kind of a mix of heavy and light armor infantry to test against. And now I want to test. What did you guys want me to test again? Oh yeah, let me actually, before we get to that testing, let me show off a couple more things in the spell browser people are asking about, specifically heals. So for vampire counts, the hunger is 0.1. I think, yeah, I need to look through a lot of the character heals, and maybe we can actually do that right now. Hunger is 0.1% heals per second, and yeah, also still active only in melee. The corpse cards, I think, are the same. Unholy Lodestone is, yeah, 0.1 heals per second. Passive healing from regeneration, just this passive regeneration trait is the same, 0.1 heals per second. Same thing with the Reliquary Binding. So it seems like a lot of the passive healing effects are 0.1 heals per second. Let's look at Vlad here. And I don't know, he doesn't have Blood Drinker as an item listed here, so it makes it a little bit tough. We can't check, like, Sigvald's is an item, Vlad's is an item, right? So, like, I don't think I can actually look at theirs. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't see their heals amount. It might be higher for some of the legendary items that give healing. Volkmar, same thing for the Empire. I think, yeah, Jade Griffin is the same for Boris, right? So, yeah, it seems like a lot of the passive healing sources are 0.1 heals per second, though. And the Rev Crystal also, yeah, Lizardman. So again, even if the values haven't changed a ton, I mean, just the fact that it's percentage heals based, it's okay. So it's a 0.8% heals per second. Again, sort of a same thing. A lot of standardization, a lot more consistency across different abilities. Is passive healing affected by fire damage? Yes, and that's another important change to make. So anything that has fire damage on contact will cause a contact effect that lasts for a certain duration, kind of like poison, where it reduces healing received. So fire damage will be very important against any faction you expect to do a lot of healing. Stronger passive heals are 0.2 per second. Okay, so like Blood Drinker, Jade Griffin for Volkmar, the Auric Armor for Sigvald, all of those then would be a 0.2 heals per second. Interesting. Okay, very interesting. Yeah, 20% heals for each Rev Crystal use is very good. Yes, it is. So it's nice because the Rev Crystal, I mean, it was arguably kind of useless before. Now, though, especially considering that you have this, you can take, like, the Oracle with Earthbloods for, again, another 0.8 heals per second. You can stack that with a Life Salon. And also keep in mind, again, I've said this several times, but I'll continue repeating it. Greater Arcane Conduit increases spell mastery, which straight up increases the power of your spells. So the heals heal more. The debuffs have a stronger effect on a stat, or the buffs have a stronger effect, same thing. The damage does more damage. The only thing that's not affected by spell mastery is summons. Summons do not increase in duration. That would be the only way they could really modify summons, which they do not currently. But so keep in mind, again, the Life Salon is going to get, like, even stronger regrowths, kind of like Kairos does right now. Even stronger Earthbloods. So Mazdamundi, man, Apotheosis heals him more. His Apotheosis also heals more. So Mazdamundi is getting a pretty substantial buff, I feel like, from these changes to magic, which, I mean, granted, considering the focus and some of the other extremely powerful casters in Total War Warhammer 3, makes sense that he would need to be brought up to speed. Same thing, like, with Marathi, we already talked about a little bit too, but with the High Elves, Teclis was already pretty good before, especially on the stupid Murder Bird. But now, like, man, his regrowths, his chain lightnings, I'm also going to test right now. So, someone wanted me to test. Let's see. We could test these AoE damages. You know what? Actually, I'm going to bring the other lore so we can test Stone Ground stance. Charge with Jade Lancer into a unit of infantry, so you can see if it makes much of a difference. And then let's also take Dragon's Breath. You guys will see quite a bit of already. Wall of Wind and Fire also I've kind of done some testing on. I more so want to test the old magics here, so we're going to take Chain Lightning and some of these others like Comet and such. We don't need Lord Metal, so just these two will be fine. And let's take some spears. Okay. No, Spell Mastery does not affect down spells, no. And it's only, Spell Mastery only affects the caster that it's being cast on. One thing to note here as well, this test isn't going to be, and all testing on my channel, I always caveat saying, don't take this as gospel. Testing, this isn't how the game works. Whatever. Also, the fact that I have 2 Cathayan casters means that I'm actually going to be increasing spell power ever so slightly, 10%, because of this Mastery of the Elemental Winds, which personally I love as a mechanic. Incentivizing you to take multiple spellcasters, them kind of feeding each other's magic, seems very cool to me. But anyway, let's just do groupings, because even when I'm testing, I still group just for muscle memory's sake. Okay, so let's bring the cavalry forward, and I think we might need a couple spears here for this test as well. Let's also get this guy running up, and we can maybe drop a little chain lightning if the AI will cooperate. I might need to get someone in here to help me test. Anyway. Noticed any bugs? Quite some bugs. I've been reporting them all to CA as I notice them, but as with any new game, I mean, I'll be honest, this last fall was rough for AAA gaming, and I would consider Creative Assembly to be more of like a AA developer. I mean, I wouldn't consider them like a full-on AAA. They're not quite that big, but they're definitely not a small and indie studio. They're somewhere in between, so I call them a AA. Anyway, like, the AAA releases this fall were rough in general. So, I mean, for Creative Assembly to have this game in this good of a state, considering the limitations they're working under and considering the disaster that is unfolding in many other parts of the gaming industry, I would say they're doing a pretty good job on that front. Yes, there are definitely some bugs and stability issues, but as I've mentioned, the priority from CA that has been communicated to me, other than like even balance patching initially, I think before release especially, the biggest is optimization and stability, which I think should be the focus. But anyway, let's go ahead and just throw a Chain Lightning right here. I'm curious about the initial damage. We can look. I mean, that's pretty good amount of damage. If you were to cast that in a big, disgusting blob and have it roll over a bunch of units, that would probably be worth it, actually. For 14 Winds of Magic, it's a bit, but it's not that much. So, okay. I mean, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. That might even be worth casting, like single casting on a very elite infantry like a Chosen or something. But anyway, okay. Let's try Urannon's Thunderbolt on these Celestial Dragon Guard here. Very nice of the AI to just sit and cooperate. Let me cast spells at them. Oh no! No, stop it! As soon as I said something, of course.
Minds as one. I will go.
Okay, let's, this is also not an ideal situation to try and test a charge, because...
Heavens await.
Jade Lancers.
Yeah.
And harmony. With pride.
Because we're on a little bit of a slope. That's fine. Okay, nope, they braced.
Offspring of dragon.
Okay, let's try Comet. I've seen the AI has casted Comet on me from a Wujing War Compass and had it just absolutely wreck units, but we're gonna go ahead and throw one right here. And how much do I need for Stone Ground Stance? Not that much. Okay, we have enough. Woo, baby. Look at that damage on the Comet. If you can hit on a Comet, it does so much damage now. I feel like that's substantially more than before. But anyway, let's go ahead and hit these peasants on a charge. See if they brace up. Okay, it looks like they're not going to. So that's a charge without Stone Ground Stance. They might have actually got their bracing bonus at the last second, but still, I mean, nothing too crazy. So let's pull back.
It pleases the dragons. Seeking Cathay's foes. Jade Lancers.
Question is if we can pull back. That Stone Ground Stance mass buff might help them actually pull out.
Defenders of Cathay. Jade Lancers.
Okay. Now, this is, again, not exactly perfect, because this time we're getting, like, a little bit of a side charge here. They're for sure not getting their bracing bonus, but, I mean, I don't notice that much of a difference. I don't know. For me, like, the Stone Ground Stance, the Missile Mirror, they're fun on paper. They're cool, you know, unique effects. In practice, I think you just want to be using damage spells. Like, I don't know. You can do this Wall of Eternal Wind. So this is the non-overcast version. This does no armor-piercing damage. If we overcast it, it'll do a little bit of armor-piercing damage. But look at how wide this area of effect is. It's a little bit hard to see the template on the snow, but once the effect pops up, you'll be able to appreciate how thick. Look at how thick that wind spell is. Oh yeah, and the damage is decent. Definitely okay.
My mind is ready.
Okay. And as it overruns into the armored units, you can see it does actually hit them. Doesn't do nearly as much.
Sound the retreat.
Wind Blast. Go ahead and try this. Oof, nice damage on an unarmored unit. I'd imagine it's not going to be great on an armored unit.
Begins.
Yeah, it is literally impossible to see on snow. So, and considering that a lot of the maps in this game are snow maps, it's an issue. I would say that that's an issue for sure, but...
Retreat! Withdraw!
Yeah.
Age of the Celestial Court.
Alright. Celestial Dragon Guard. Oh, man. Oh, it just murdered my own peasants. That's nice. Man, they still don't want to cooperate. Oh, that did some pretty good damage, though. Wow, yeah, it killed everything. That's almost more like Warp Lightning, right? It always weirded me out that Warp Lightning was just so much stronger, straight up, than,
Kiss of the Spirit Dragon!
Ooh, look at that attack animation. I just missed her do a front flip into that formation. Oh, look at that kick. Kung Fu kick. Anyway, I totally just lost my train of thought due to these flashy Cathay attack animations. Dragon-blooded lord over here.
I hear the heavens.
And this one, again, you'll see Zhao using this spell in multiplayer quite a bit because it's the one you can cast in dragon form, but it does really nice damage against low armor units too.
Order and balance.
So overall, the Cathay, the damage spells are definitely legit. I still am not 100% sold on these like fun, weird, new, unique, you know, like Jade Shield. That's just, obviously, 51% damage resistance for 4 winds of magic on a single target. And granted, it's only 11 seconds, but that's pretty nice. Yeah. Welcome, welcome, Elves into the
Sound the
Mist.
retreat.
Anyway, just going back, scrolling through some of these other questions here. It's per unit. Yeah, domination is captured per unit. Yeah, the chaff can out-capture point. I think, honestly, it's a good design decision. And I know Indie Pride has certain feelings about it, but for me, if you don't have infantry have the biggest capture weight, like, there's just not a ton of reason to actually bring infantry in domination. So, personally, I think it's a good decision to have infantry have the most capture weight, because if you think about, you know, in actual real-life combat, the role of infantry, even in Modern War, is to hold positions oftentimes, right? To take and hold ground. So it makes sense that they would be able to do that most effectively in domination. So what it does mean is that factions that can flood the field with chaff infantry can put a lot of capture power out. The problem is, can you sustain that infantry for any length of time, as I just lose to the AI Celestial Dragon Halberds here, who have got 4,600 damage value in the time that I'm not paying attention.
They will perish.
Oh, man. Well, here's the thing. The Fae got a huge nerf because she no longer has magic resistance. She now has spell resistance. So she's not going to be immune to anything with magic damage. She'll just be immune to spells. Which, you know, against Tzeentch is nice. You won't get blue fire to death. But...
Never conquered. Move as wind.
Yes.
Jade Lancers.
Yeah, Uranin seems nice. I really like Thunderbolt now.
Shotgun Sorcerer.
Oh, wow, I totally forgot these other two peasant spears. Anyway, that's pretty much it for that test. Is Formation Attack worth it? I haven't done enough testing to see if Formation Attack is worth it or not. In historical Total Wars, like in Rome 2 Total War, Formation Attack, you just always turn it off. In this game, I don't know. I haven't tested it enough to tell you. Well, the only issue with that Blueberry is that the Sky Lantern actually doesn't do any damage. So, yeah, the Sky Junk, I think, actually could be okay versus Slaanesh. The Rocket does a pretty substantial amount of DPS, but this thing, it takes so long to pay for itself. It can if it's shooting like over the entire course of the 20-minute battle. It can barely pay for itself, but the DPS is just not there for these guys. Unfortunately, not super usable. Another thing they could do, because these guys just have the crane guns mounted on the side, right, is if you gave Shield Breaker to the Lantern, that would actually make it even that much more useful of a buff wagon, even if it didn't get that much more damage. I mean, removing shields for your crossbows to get to work would be nice, and the fact that they can sit in the air, a high angle of fire against a faction, again, like Slaanesh, where you can protect it relatively easily in the air, whereas Crane Gunners are functionally impossible to protect against Slaanesh. Like, you just can't. You just can't. So, yeah, I think give the Sky Lantern Shield Breaker, and I actually think it's probably okay. Like, you would maybe take it in some builds. Shield of Thorns is damage. It's damage reflect. Yes, that's correct. Does Meow have it? I don't think she has it. No, she has Flesh to Stone. That's right. Flesh to Stone is physical resistance now. Hey, Elgin the Mist coming in with a 10 and a question. Is one Cathay Sky Lantern worth it? Just a support to give harmony, reveal lords or heroes and trees, prevent flanks and ambushes. Give artillery line of sight to shoot. Perhaps actually the line of sight thing is pretty important on some maps. The problem with scouting with them is that they're so slow. It's like, and to maintain a harmony, like you can keep them floating right over your infantry line, which is, I think, the intention for them to be able to give harmony to a bunch of units. And like in a matchup, again, for Slaanesh, where it's really hard to protect stationary missile units against Slaanesh, and that's basically all you have other than the Lantern, like, yes, in order to give you harmony on all your melee units, it's useful, yeah. But, they're just, I mean, you don't want to take more than one, I don't think, because they're not, the damage output is not very good. I guess that's my point. Like, yes, they can be useful. The other thing, though, is they're somewhat vulnerable. I mean, only 5,000 HP on the Lantern. The Junk has 10,000, which is definitely quite tanky. But this thing, I mean, even, yeah, even with some protection, like, it's a little bit vulnerable, and you can't manually land it, so, like other flying units, even if you're vulnerable in the air, now you can, like, bait your opponent in and manually land, and that's something I've been doing quite a bit of recently, is, like, I'll bait in with one unit of Junk Furies into an opponent's expensive flyer. They're obviously going to come attack me, because they'll win, right? But then I just land and have some strong ground forces nearby to immediately countercharge in. You just can't do that with the Lanterns, so, yes, you have a couple of valid points there, but, I mean, the Junk, I think, is really the one that you want rather than the Lantern. We could do a Lore of Yin test, yeah, I guess. I mean, most of these spells, you're going to see quite a bit of Talons of the Night. Ancestral Warriors just summons a unit of Ethereal Celestial Dragon Guard. Blossom Wind is weird. It does okay damage. It's not really great, but it has, you can hit like a super, super long line with it, right? So, I could come in here and do that. And then, yeah, the rest, I mean, there's not really a ton to test here, but we can. I could do some Kislev spell testing next also. I don't know, man. I don't follow MMA enough to be able to give you a good answer there. What are the most cost-effective units for Kislev and Cathay? So for Kislev, definitely sleds. The light war sleds, in my opinion, are by far, they're great chariots. They're great armor-piercing chariots. They have decent shooting. They're not too expensive. They're, you know, under 1,000 points, so you can bring quite a few of them in reinforcements and get them operational on the field. So yeah, sleds, light war sleds for me. And then for Cathay, I'm not really sure yet. The Jade Warriors, honestly, the Jade Halberds and the Jade Crossbows, I think, are their best. They're just like really solid mid-tier skirmish and melee infantry. The Halberds in particular, right now the Charge Reflect is actually bugged where it's always active. So you just charge your spears and halberds into other units and they do extra damage. So with that being, you know, the case, hopefully we can actually get this big long line into position. Anyway, yeah, I would say that, and even after that gets fixed, probably the Jade Halberds are still very cost effective. They're just, you know, armored, relatively cheap halberds, pretty decent in general. And with the Harmony buffs, they are quite tanky. But anyway, let's go ahead and cast this on down the line, and you guys can see the ridiculously long area of effect that this has. Actually, in my Cathay stream, I'll manage to one-shot most of my army with that spell. So, and it's still going. So, like, I could have casted that at the start of the line right here, and it would have hit, like, 7 units worth. So, potentially in a big battle against the AI, if you form a completely straight line, this could be good. But in practice against a player in multiplayer, that's not really, like, usable. It's that, like, that extra length is kind of useless. Now, okay, let's try and drop a little Thunderbolt, like, right in this dense blob right here, just to remind ourselves how awesome this is. Oh, looks like they're going to try and move out of it, but... Oh, yeah, juicy, considering how cheap that is, especially. I could summon some Ancestral Warriors, so let's do that. Oh, I love the animation, too. Look at that. Oh, it's so cool. So cool. And then they are ethereal celestial dragon halberds. And I believe they do cause terror. Yes, they do. So a terror-causing rear charge summon like that is obviously quite strong, as you can see. We've just got a giant leadership break. And Celestial Dragon Guard Halberds in general are a quite strong unit, so it doesn't last very long. That should be one thing that's noted, is, yeah, that the sort of main phase is 85 seconds, which is a decent amount of time. It's not a crazy long time, but... like the Storm Vermin summon, for example, I mean, obviously not ethereal, doesn't cause terror and all that other stuff, but you do get the explosion right away from it as well, so some interesting things to consider. Oh yeah, fight the Celestial Halberds. There we go. Ancestors versus living ones. Oh, my frame rates. Oh, my poor frame rates. Good to know that hasn't changed. But, yeah, that just did an insane amount of damage, and we actually got an instant terror route right there. So, I think, actually, most of the time in multiplayer, obviously, you want Meow or even Zhao. I do think that this, the Lore of Yin caster, this Ancestral Summon, could be good in certain matchups, definitely. Especially factions which lack magic damage, might be particularly vulnerable to terror, or anti-large as well. I don't know. Anti-large terror summon seems decent on paper, for sure. I prefer Domination to land battles for a number of reasons, especially given some of the designs of the Game 2 factions. Like, they'd just be very painful to play in land battles. I'm looking at, like, Tzeentch, for example. Yeah. Yeah, I prefer Domination to land battles, and that is also, again, I talked about this a little bit earlier. I've been playing land battles in Total War Warhammer in multiplayer for, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years now, so... yeah. Let's get some Kislev spell testing. So, worst units in the game. Elemental Bear, probably one of them. Completely overpriced, and the melee defense is terrible. The Slash Chariots, other than the single entity, are currently bugged, so they don't do anything. Okay, let's get Katarine, and let's get the Tempest Maiden as well. And let's get some Zarguards to hold the line so they won't shoot. Is Slaanesh going to be in trouble versus mass skirmish cav? I don't think so, because all Slaanesh cavalry is 100 speed, and there's no missile cavalry for any faction, you know, on the ground that's over 100 speed. They're all under, you know, 90, even 95, 96 for some, but considering the combination of poison, speed debuffs, and Slaanesh having literally 100 speed, I think they'll be probably mostly fine. I don't know. They could be somewhat vulnerable to mass skirmish, but it remains to be seen. It's hard to say. With their speed may be enough to compensate.
Stand as one, my subjects.
Hang on.
Strength in solidarity.
Here we go.
My purpose.
Oh yeah, true. Loopy, that's a big brain play right there. Cast the ward save on your ethereal summon if they do have magic damage. I mean, that is a big, big brain play right there. So, okay. Let's move forward. Okay, and let's test initially. This Ice Maiden's Kiss you guys have probably seen quite a bit of. Mostly we wanted to test Lore of Tempest here, so we'll let these units get engaged and then start calling on some ice on them. So Hawks of Nisha is supposed to be used against low armor units, and it also does not affect friendly troops at all. So let's go ahead and cast this on those Peasant Long Spears. And we'll check the damage. Again, this is not super mana efficient. It's 13 Winds of Magic, but it is deleting them. Oh, and it is an actual vortex, too, that, like, runs off, so, okay. In a big blob of unarmored infantry, this could actually be pretty strong. It also has a speed debuff on contact, right? Oh, leadership. Okay, leadership. So, I could see that being good against, like, Beastmen, Greenskins, Skaven, definitely Skaven. Oh, that's going to be really good against Skaven, because it has a pretty large area of effect, and that Discourage, obviously, will be quite good against Skaven, so maybe use it against Slaanesh, too, I'm not really sure. Biting Wind, okay, so this has some AP damage. Pretty wide area of effect. So let's check. It is a couple of bunched up units of Peasant Long Spears, so no armor on them. Ooh, but it has a really long area of effect, too, like that Blossom Wind does. Okay. Interesting. Now, we don't have Winds of Magic for Blizzards. We're going to need to pop some Power Recharge here. Do you have Power Recharge also? You do not. No. Okay. This right here, though, the Frostfang, you'll also be seeing a bit of this anytime Katarine's on the field. It does okay damage. Also gives Frostbite. No, it doesn't actually give Frostbite. Yeah, very solid damage on a blob of armored infantry, though. Okay. She has, like, a little similar thing, but it's only in an area of effect around her. Almost got enough for Blizzard. 18 Winds of Magic. So let's cast that on these, ooh, the Celestial Halberds are not in here, are they? Oh, they're down here. They're just, like, losing with Zarguard. Okay. Well, you know what, Zarguard? You've done your job. We'll look at the damage on you as well. But this is more like a Pit of Shades, where it's kind of a stationary area of effect. Looks pretty cool. It's doing some pretty good damage, too. Definitely doing some very, very solid damage. and it lasts for a pretty good amount of time. So this is really the one. If you're looking for a campaign spell, like in siege battles, that blizzard, if you can get it in a giant blob, will do an extreme amount of damage. I still don't think, like, we can actually compare it 1-to-1 versus Pit of Shades, right? So this is 3 AP with Frostbite, 15-second duration. If we go to Lord of Shadows, Pit of Shades is 5 AP. Yeah, so it doesn't do quite as much damage as Pit of Shades, but it does give that Frostbite effect. And more than that, because of the way the stagger works, like, infantry and cavalry are just not going to be able to escape from it in the first place. So it's almost like a little snare. Not quite exactly, but sort of, maybe, kind of. Streltsy are relatively expensive, but they are good in the right matchup, certainly. And if you can buff them up in melee, they will perform quite a bit better. Otherwise, they're, like, not that great in melee. Like, the AP damage is there, but it's kind of like, I don't know, Quarrelers with great weapons, where it's like, yes, the AP damage is there, but it's not there. You still don't want them fighting in melee a lot of the time. In campaign, they're really good, though. The problem, Elgin of the Mist, is it makes anti-large apply to the Herald of Nurgle, when you put him on the Palanquin. And the other problem is, we're going to now drop this Hailstorm. This one, it's a cheap bombardment. Doesn't do that much damage. Has a pretty big area of effect, but I mean, it's all right. It's definitely a nice low-tier spell, I would say. Anyway. Yeah, the Palanquin. The problem is then also the Herald doesn't get knocked down. So one nice thing about the Herald of Nurgle is because he's so slow, when he gets knocked down, he takes about 15 years to stand up, and during that time, he can't take more damage. So, especially against, like, large things that are going to knock him around a lot, he's actually functionally tankier on foot, even though he has less HP, just because he's going to be taking way less hits. When he's on the Palanquin, he has no choice to just stand and eat it in the face, so yeah, it might seem that way on paper, but in practice, in certain situations, he's much more tanky on foot. What do I think about swapping funds? So I talked about this a little bit at the start of the stream. I would just like to be able to customize the funds amounts for Domination, the ratio, you know, whatever, so that you could potentially experiment with, like, having a larger starter army, but a smaller reinforcement pool. You know, just more customizability in that way, I think, would be great. Yeah, let's try this Hoxamisha on these armored units and see. I know it's not going to do a lot because they have both 90 armor, but but yeah, it would be interesting to, like, have a bigger army in a smaller reinforcement pool. I don't know. I don't know if it would be better. I just think it'd be interesting to see. To try. I'm a curious guy by nature. I like trying new things, so. See, like, this is a situation where the formation attack might actually be helping, because the Cathayan dudes can kind of maintain their line here, although it's also hurting, because if they didn't have formation attack, they'd probably be wrapping around the edges, like how they were getting wrapped over here. I don't know. Oh, how far did you go? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it does very little damage to armored units, so in some matchups you'll want that, but it's pretty much like, for your big spells, if you're against armor, you want Blizzard. If you're against no armor, you want Hawks and Misha. Pretty much. Does Fate of Yuna one-shot Flamers? We could probably test that. I don't know. With the barrier, probably not. Maybe. I think War Wagons, Mortars will be viable for Empire. I don't know. I don't know. They're kind of expensive for what they give. The regular War Wagons, definitely, but... we can actually just, like, look at it and think about the math, probably, and be able to tell. So, how much does Fate of Yuna do, if I remember? So, 125 minimum for 20 seconds. Okay. So minimum 2,500 damage, which Flamers have more than that. And again, as mentioned with the model scaling, it's not efficient on them because they don't have 25 models. So, yeah, you're not even going to get that much minimum damage, and they already have more base HP than that. So no, Fate of Unit will not one-shot Flamers. Whoops. I'm not sure, Shimazu. I couldn't tell you that. I haven't done enough testing with the Demon Prince to tell you. Well, technically they have less HP than Deck Gunners, but they also have 750 Barrier, which is an infinite heal, remember. And they also have 50 speed, so they're, 3 times the speed of Deck Gunners. So, way tankier in practice. That's the other thing you have to remember. This HP value you see on the surface does not include the barrier, which is substantial. Almost, 750 HP extra that can easily regenerate. So, potentially infinite. No, I'll do the mist. On tabletop, I think it was that they couldn't take Greater Demons, and I would probably expand that to Soul Grinders, just because Soul Grinders are in many ways better than the Greater Demons on most demon factions. In fact, we can talk about Soul Grinders real quick as an aside. So with Demons of Chaos, if you were to just remove all of these, basically, I think they'd still be really strong, but I think they'd be okay, especially lacking the mortal units, because the mortals are some of the strongest stuff on the Monogod rosters. But yeah, Soul Grinders here. So like the Slanesh Soul Grinder, right? It's just better in terms of stats. Yeah, it has 11,000 less HP, which is substantial. Oh no, it has 11,000 more HP than the Keeper of Secrets. So yeah, literally just better in every way in terms of a melee combatant, other than defense, melee defense, and you don't pay the premium of having spells, and it's just cheaper as a result. So Slanesh Soul Grinder is just better than the Keeper of Secrets, right? Like, the Great Unclean one is a huge amount of HP, so it's hard to compare exactly to the Soul Grinder. Also does more damage in melee, but lacks the ranged attack. And again, you're paying a premium for the ability to cast spells. For Khorne, the Soul Grinder of Khorne can capture, while the Bloodthirster cannot. Also, the Bloodthirster's animations are a little bit bugged right now, so it can't effectively connect on charges. So, yeah, Soul Grinder is arguably better than the Bloodthirster also. Again, more HP, more base HP too, which seems just swung to me somehow. And then you go to Tzeentch. This is the only one where the Greater Demon is actually cheaper than the Soul Grinder. And the Lord of Change is actually a pretty solid combatant, like pretty close in terms of stats. Obviously less armor, but the ability to fly combined with the barrier means that the Lord of Change actually is probably the best of the Greater Demons, in my opinion. He's also the cheapest, so there's that. But yeah, you do lack the ranged attack, but it also gives you access to Lore of Tzeentch, which a lot of the time I found myself running Lore of Metal with my Lord, so this is nice to have. I mean, it gives you access to another Lore of Magic. I guess with Slanesh too, the only thing is, like, you most of the time right now take Shadows because Pendulum's so OP. And this would technically give access to a couple of spells from the Lore of Slanesh, but I mean, Acquiescence is okay. Might be okay in some situations to try and snipe a specific unit. Lash of Slanesh, you don't really want to be using your Winds of Magic on this, and you want to be Penduluming instead if you're doing AoE damage. If we go back to the Lord of Change and consider, both of these have Warp Flame on contact, so if you don't have Flamers or another unit that has Warp Flame, this is one way of you being able to get it, and also being able to cast some damage spells as well. So, yeah, that's my essay on why Soul Grinders are better than Greater Demons, for the most part, and as a result, I would say if you just ban Soul Grinders and Greater Demons from the Demons of Chaos roster, I think they'd probably be okay. I don't know. I needed to do some test games and see. I'll probably run a tournament where that's allowed at some point. Also, so that we can see Be'lakor in some tournament play. But, yeah. Let me know what you guys think. That's just kind of my thoughts on the matter. Slicing Shards is pretty good, but Pendulum is more mana efficient. You lose, Daniel. If the AI gets the 4 souls first, well, you can still if you catch them before they get to the Realm of Souls, or if the Forge of Souls, like, they have to actually go and fight the battle, I think, to win. But yeah, you lose the campaign. It's because of some changes they made to explosion damage. So previously, explosion, like, spell damage, only it was centered at the center line of the spell, or the center point of the spell, and then kind of decreased. Now it's consistent across the whole area of the spell. It just deals the same damage across the entire area, so yeah. Not that it necessarily it was buffed in and of itself, it's just that they made a slight tweak to the AoE damage mechanic in general that made it OP. Are Slaneshi Marauders better than Norsken Marauders? I mean, they're immune to psychology, they are really nice leadership, they're pretty decent, I would say. They don't have the Enrage, and they are more expensive too, so it's hard to say. Norsken Marauders are going to be more cost-effective, I think, and more than that, the Warriors of Chaos Marauders will be the most cost-effective, but it's hard to say. Can Sarthrel fly? Yes. The Lord of Change, you mean? This guy? Yes, he definitely can fly. Yes, Eldrin of the Mist. Barrier just acts as HP, so armor, you know, melee defense, any resistances, they all apply in the same way, and then the damage is dealt as if it was to HP, right? Yes, exactly, Blueberry. It's just a pie plate now, rather than being some weird physics simulation. I mean, there's still the physics simulation of units getting thrown around, obviously, but the damage is more consistent. No, not at all today, Jared, unfortunately. Check back in a few days. We'll be happy to cover some ogres. Slanesh Marauders do have anti-infantry, so we could look real quick at the Slanesh roster. So, 3220. Now, see, this is the thing. Only 20 melee defense is substantially lower. If I look, I can actually pull up the Norsken or Warriors of Chaos Marauders, which are actually exactly the same. But if we just have a think here. So, yeah, 38 speed, 32, 20, 28. Let's see here. 35 speed, 34, 28, 28. So, yeah, 34, 28, and no bonus versus infantry. I mean, 8 more melee defense is pretty substantial. You're basically trading 8 melee defense for 7 bonus versus infantry. You also get the immune to psychology. 60 leadership, I think, is... yeah, the same. Same armor. They're a little bit faster, too. So, I mean, the melee defense difference is pretty substantial. The Slanesh Marauders are very squishy for basic infantry. Like, 20 melee defense is like... it's like worse than the Clan Rats, maybe. No, it's better than the Clan Rats melee defense, but not by much. So, yeah, the Spears, obviously, 32 melee defense, 26 attack, 25. These guys having shields. I mean, Marauder Spearmen for Norsguard, not a unit that I was a fan of to begin with, so yeah, the Spears are definitely better. And then you have this top tier one that actually has 42 melee defense, 550 points, though, for these guys. It's like encroaching on a High Elf Spearman territory for not that much better of stats. I don't know. They're all right. They're not going to win a ton of games individually for you, but they're definitely very solid low-tier infantry. Warriors of Chaos, Arthriel? I assume so. He is here. And yes, he can fly. Confirmed. Sarthrel himself, the Everwatcher, can fly. I would imagine for Norska, too. The campaign exclusive Azric, the Maze Keeper. He cannot fly. Looks like they forgot to implement it for Azric. He is still unbreakable, does not count as demon, and cannot fly. So, if we go back to Warriors of Chaos, I would imagine that Sarthrel counts as demon now. Yes, he is demonic, so he actually will have crumbling and disintegration. So, I think I might have found a bug. Yeah, Slanesh has Furies for anti-air. That's it. That's it. How you counter flying units is you take Furies, you bait them, and then you manually land and countercharge them on the ground. That's how you counter flying units. Blood Knights are just going to be awesome in general, as they always have been. But yes. Yeah, Nurgle, Slanesh both will die to Blood Knights. Kislev will die to Blood Knights. Everything on Kislev dies to Blood Knights, pretty much. Cathay, I mean, I guess they have Halberd spam, which is actually, Cathay might actually be pretty good. Now that I stop and think about it, I haven't thought about that matchup at all before, but Cathay might actually be really good against vampire counts. You have good magic damage. You've got very sustainable halberds, which is always a good plus against vampire counts. I don't know. I'd have to try that one out and see. Good, decent healing, too, to be able to sustain in a blob fight. Fast flying cav that can vanguard and get to points quickly will be very good. So already we have seen that the Doom Knights and the Longmas, both for Cathay and for Tzeentch respectively, have been very strong in multiplayer. Like, that's already been proven. So it follows then that Pegasus Knights and Royal Pegasus Knights will also be very strong in domination. Same thing with like Vampire Counts Flyers, Vargeist, Felbats are going to be quite strong in domination. Yeah, these guys, the Devils of Schwarzhofen too, have Vanguard, which is awesome. Very strong to have Vanguard. Yeah, Ripperdactyls you mentioned for Lizardmen. They're fairly expensive, but you can definitely take them as a reinforcement unit. And I noticed that they have the old icons in here, which is unfortunate. Did they ever update these icons? I feel like maybe they did update the icons for the Ripperdactyls, but anyway. Yeah, I mean, Vanguard deployments, very fast, great charge bonus, super hard hitting, 10 unit models on Ultra. Yeah, Frenzy. They're probably going to be quite strong. Same things like Popopox. I mean, Lizardmen are just... Lizardmen... they're strong already in multiplayer. They're going to be quite strong. Like, Chameleons, Vanguard, Stalk, you know, onto a point will be very ridiculous. Stalkers, you know, you just have a lot of strong Vanguard tools in general. You got strong monsters. Tic-Tac-Toe. Vanguard meta Tic-Tac-Toe is reinforcement, like, or Oxyotl, or, you know, take your pick. Some people want me to do a Slanesh versus stuff test. I can definitely do a Slanesh Soul Grinder. We'll go ahead and get caster here with no spells, and let's just get the one Soul Grinder, and we can test versus... I think the non-rampaging Dread Saurian will be good in domination? Probably. I mean, to hold a single objective, the Dread Saurian will be a lot to try and deal with. And, you know, healing high HP monsters, there's just like, you just have them on a point, and they're just there on a point. And your opponent often just can't amass enough DPS to kill them. So, like, we've seen that a lot with the Sentinels. We've seen that with Nurgle as well. I'd imagine it would be the same with Lizardman. If you get a Dread Saurian onto a point, heal it, it's going to be almost impossible for your opponent to dislodge you. Now, whether you can keep enough infantry on the point to maintain capture power, or whether your own support infantry just gets worn away and there's 20 zombies wet noodling your Dread Saurian and just out-capping you, you know, that's also a possibility, so... Palanquin, we can do the Palanquin, but I want to test against, so we'll test the Soul Grinder against, somebody wanted against Zhao, I don't know. I feel like this is maybe arguably not fair, but... And we'll give them a caster with nothing, so they just hide in the corner with them, hopefully. Let's see if the AI will cooperate, and let's get a different map here, too. Flats of Kislev. Flats of Frenzy? No, Flats of... Yeah, we're testing Slaanesh. Flats of Frenzy. Slaanesh Soul Grinder versus Keeper of Secrets. I feel like I already did that on my last Demons of Chaos testing stream. If you go back maybe 2 weeks ago, I did a testing stream with Demons of Chaos, and I think I did the Soul Grinder versus Keeper of Secrets. I would say Blueberry, there are situations where I do think so, yeah. The Exalted Plague Bearers in particular just have so much HP that, like against Slaanesh, for example, you can stand on a point with them and just kind of cackle as your opponent attempts to rear charge you, and they'll still just sustain through quite a bit of damage. What else? Yeah, the Demonettes do have the Charmed effect on contact, which potentially is pretty good to synergize, but they are quite expensive, super squishy. Exalted Bloodlighters will do an extreme amount of damage, but the regular Bloodlighters are more cost-effective. And then for Tzeentch, yeah, again, same thing. The Pink Horrors are just a little bit more cost-effective, so it's tricky. But come on, Zhao, transform. This is not going to be fair unless you transform, buddy. And he's going to eat a rear charge from me. Yeah, this is... Okay, all right, he landed on his feet. Wow, that was kind of impressive. Or maybe not. He went for a ride right there. Okay, let's see if we can get... Oof. Yeah, let's see if we can get the Herald to go. Distract this little caster here. Oh, look at these matched animations, though. Take it in, guys. There are matched animations for the Soul Grinder and for Zhao, the Dragon Lords. Oh, no, don't attack my lord. What are you doing? Yeah, Zhao now just wants to attack my lord instead of the Soul Grinder. Come on, Zhao. Come on. Here we go. Yes. Nice. Good slap. Okay, here we go again. Oh, nice. A little jumping attack there. Oh, a little tail whip there. The Slaanesh Soul Grinder, it's doing all right. I mean, HP-wise, we're pretty close.
None can resist me.
Oof, nice hit on the Alchemist there. Yeah, I would expect the Soul Grinder to probably win this. The Anti-Large and the Soporific Musk, I mean, still pretty close. Even with the Soporific Musk, it's pretty close in terms of stats. But yeah, it does appear. And again, this is a lot of RNG. If you ran this test 100 times, you might get a different result. But it does look like Soul Grinder of Slaanesh is probably going to win this.
Avatar of torment.
Vampire Counts versus Nurgle is something that I hope to never see, to be honest. If I can avoid it. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I kind of expected this Slaanesh Soul Grinder to win. It's pretty much the best melee monster in the game. Like, in terms of an actual unit. And it can contest against even, like, some Legendary Lords, as you saw there. Anyway. Wing Lancers are good. They're very cost-effective, yes. They're not, like, OP, but they're very good at their intended role. Them and the... I actually, you know, I think they're slightly more cost-effective than the Griffin Legion. Griffin Legion are still pretty good, though, if you need a more elite punch. Yeah. Crypt Ghouls might finally be amazing against Slaanesh. Maybe. Maybe, because they literally don't have any armor. Nurgling Palanquin. Okay. I'm not sure what you want me to test this against, though. So, if we get this guy here... Oh, I can actually load in with just any unit. I don't even have to have a Lord. That's nice. I didn't even realize that. Wow. We all learned something new right there. So, Nurgle. Norgle. Yeah, so what do you want me to test the Palanquin against? That's my question. He's only 1,300 on it, which is a bit, definitely. The Plague Ridden should be maybe slightly less. 1,200, yep. So you're saying these three as a single entity squad. With no spells. Just healing on this guy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not really worth it to take the heal spells on the heroes, and they don't have any other healing, so... Right? Yeah, no. So... So just for comparison, let's actually grab Kislev. And what we'll do... We'll get an ice switch on a bear. Only 900. Okay, so maybe that's not fair. Maybe we should do one of these guys on a bear. 950. Okay. Oh, he's not on the bear. Duh. 1250. Okay, yeah, that seems better. And we'll get the Patriarch also on a bear here. Ooh, only 850. Ooh, much more cost effective, to be honest. But the Patriarch on a bear, 850, is less weapon strength, way less HP, like way less HP, less armor too. Obviously is on a bear, so is way faster, but better attack, less defense, more charge, obviously. So we'll see. I feel like this is a relatively fair test. I can show you Diego. They're available in custom battles, and I don't know. It's a mix. So like Henri, for example, is just Henri Le Massif is just available for Bretonnia as a hero to take on their current roster. And again, this is subject to change, but then Shadow Walkers are not. So I should have given... I'm going to not use the heal, because I forgot to give the Patriarchs their heals. So it's only fair. No, you two. Also, this way. Yes, let's take a look. Nice. I love the bell sound effect. That's great. Little Nurglings running there at the bottom, like... They're just going. Amazing unit model, for sure. Who would win in a gunfight? Definitely Empire Handgunners. I think they have just more DPS overall. I mean, I'd have to check, but maybe not, actually. Because the Restrelti might have more models. We can check. Oh, no. Okay, this is not exactly great, because we don't have the Lord matched up on the Lord here, but it's fine. Got Lord on hero in 2 cases, and then 1 hero on hero. So let's see, what's superior, the Bear Mount or the Nurgle Palanquin? Oh no, the Boyar's not participating. He's trying to cycle charge. No, stop. Stop this. Oh, you know what, it's fine. Single entity fights, that's usually how it goes. So we'll fast forward this. Nice to see that the AI is actually cycle charging me. I'm just gonna take it. Let these guys just be in combat. Yeah, I think the extra HP means that the Palanquins probably win this, considering there's enough parity in their stats that it's like pretty close. The extra HP I think will just carry here. So, I mean, again, against factions which you're not likely to have your Herald get knocked over a ton. But then again, like, oftentimes the Rotfly, maybe, I don't know. I guess this guy doesn't, is able to capture on this mount, right? So, that extra HP does mean your percentage-based heals are healing you for even more, though, right? I think against demon factions, it's risky, because we'll do one more test next. And, doing great, Zach, doing great. Yeah, they are faster than them on foot because they're Nurgling speed, right? They're 28 speed instead of... Oh, no, they're not quite Nurgling speed, but they're 28 instead of... What are they, base? Oh, no, they're the same speed walking. They just feel faster. Maybe that's not right. Maybe their speed is actually slightly faster on the Palanquin. It feels faster, but I don't know. It's hard to tell because I'm fast-forwarding there. But anyway. Okay, so how would I represent this? I'm going to put one of these guys on foot. And we'll come in here and get something a bit bigger. Even, yeah, let's do, well, you know what? Yeah, let's do this. You know what, actually, here. This is maybe overkill, but I'm just curious. 1v3, how do we do? Should the Herald / Plague Ridden get a Toad mount? I think that'd be cool. I'd be fine with that. Yeah, back to the handgunner question. Like, I think Streltsy might win, but... Yeah, let's compare. Okay, we can actually have them foot race now because we've got the one on foot. So, we'll fast forward. But it does appear that they are the same speed. I mean, maybe it's actually slightly faster on the Palanquin. Yeah, I think that speed maybe is like 1 or 2 off, but it's pretty close. Alright, Scarborough. Come murder me, please. Oof. Yeah, see, so you see now how these two were just taking it to the face, right? And this guy right here is likely to just get knocked over. I mean, we'll see, but right now it seems like the damage is spreading out quite nicely. But watch the attack animation so you can see. This is my main issue with the Palanquin, is it allows this to happen. Like, big beat stick monsters can just come in and maul you. I mean, it's kind of to be expected, right? But... Okay, so now let's see on foot if he's able to make his consistent contact. Maybe this guy's actually not going to get knocked over that much. Let me just make me eat my words. Oh yeah, see, there he goes. Okay, so now he's knocked over, so he can't take any damage. And look how long it takes for him to stand up. Okay, so he's now up. Like, what was that, like 10 seconds? So that's the main reason why I like him on foot in some situations over the Palanquin. But I could see maybe against, like, Kislev, Cathay maybe, where you're not likely to face as much stuff that's going to maul you and knock you around heavily. It's also, he's a smaller hitbox for missiles, too, on foot. He's not that much bigger of a hitbox on the Palanquin, but it is slightly larger. So, I mean, he's still going to get destroyed here, but... Yep, at least he falls down. He's fallen and he can't get up. So, I don't know. That uptime, how much better is that than having the extra HP? I don't know. I need to, like, really sit down and think about it. But considering the fact that he's also cheaper on foot, so it's just more cost-effective overall, and all about cost efficiency in multiplayer, right? So, murder me, Daddy. The anti-large, right now, again, because the charge reflection is bugged, you always want the spears, because you can actually countercharge with the spears, and they'll do a lot of extra damage with the charge reflection. Once that gets fixed, I still think if you have the extra gold, you want to pretty much always go with the spears. But but maybe not. Maybe sometimes it's more cost-effective against factions which don't have much large at all. Even then, though, like, I think about, like, Skaven, it's probably still good to have the spears against rat ogres. Dwarfs, I guess, probably dwarfs, you want to not take the spears? I don't know. Hey, you're welcome, Great Book of Grudges. It's my pleasure. My pleasure. Yeah, it seems to be at least 2 attacks missed while he's knocked over, which is, you know, an extra... For somebody like Scarbrand, that is by itself like 1,000 HP difference, right? 2 attacks is literally like, what, like 1,200 HP? Yeah, more than 1,200 HP, so... I mean, those 2 attacks missed from a big beatstick monster are almost enough to make up for the difference in HP. So, I mean, that's what I'm talking about in terms of him just getting knocked around a bunch and being functionally tankier against certain targets. But I could see the Palanquin being useful, and maybe I need to reconsider it. Yeah, Norskas cannot. We looked at the Big Bird can. Classic Sarthrel can. I don't think Ariel can fly. No, I mean, I don't see why they would have. What am I looking at? What Elves? Yes, Ariel cannot fly. She is still ground-bound. Although she also, again, Greater Arcane Conduit plus Soul Stealer. So just like Marathi, she's going to be nasty. Extra nasty now as a caster. Her Apotheosis will also just heal more. So, yeah, I should probably come back into the meta a little bit. Still fairly expensive, but Orion is here also. Are Plague Drones good? Oh yeah, Plague Drones are awesome. They're very cost effective. The rot flies. The Plague Drones are not as cost effective. The rot flies just being so cheap means that like it's not really worth this 400 point upgrade. Like, yeah, you get almost 1,000 more HP. You get better melee stats, a little bit more weapon strength, but it's just not a worthwhile upgrade. The rot flies are just so cost effective for what they give you. Yeah, in campaign, I mean, certainly. The Plague Drones and even like the Death's Heads, it's a 700 point upgrade over the rot flies for not that much of a difference. Like, yeah, 1,000 HP, you get this weird little ranged attack that's okay, it's not great. Slightly more weapon strength and melee stats, but for 700 extra points, that's almost a second rot fly. You see what I'm saying? So, generally, rot flies tend to be the most cost effective, but they are very good. Definitely. That is true. You do make a good point. The downside of getting knocked over is you're not able to attack. It's true. Yeah, it depends on whether you want your character to take and deal damage in that situation. And the other thing to consider, and you do make a good point, is against those higher tier melee mauler targets, like somebody like Scarbrand, or, you know, like a Sentinel maybe, right? That's a maybe more realistic target. Like, depending on that unit's stats, if this 45 attack isn't realistic enough for you to get very many hits, like against Scarbrand, he has 50 defense, so you're, you know, below base hit chance. What is that? 30% hit chance is not great, so you're not likely to be getting that much damage out of him anyway. Maybe it's better if he just gets knocked over and doesn't get those attacks back, whereas against something with lower defense, like, let's say, I don't know, maybe a squishier target like a Lord of Change, right? Still 45 defense on the Lord of Change. Okay, Kairos. Kairos only has 20 melee defense. So, you know, I guess it just kind of depends on what target you're going to end up facing. This 45 attack on this guy isn't really enough to get through a lot of elite targets' melee defense, but it is enough to get through other targets' melee defense. So, that's a good point for sure. Yeah, hopefully the Soul Stealers in general, like Ariel's Soul Stealer, I think, was bugged. Malekith on the Chariot also, his Soul Stealer didn't heal him. So I'm hoping that all gets fixed. But considering that the sort of the mechanic of Soul Stealer appears to have changed, where it no longer heals with the miscast and just straight up heals you, I think it'll be fixed for all characters. I mean, I've tried taking the Death's Heads against Slaanesh. The problem is that they just, like, at that much cost, at 1,600, it's pretty hard for them to pay for themselves. Like, they're not going to pay for themselves with just their ranged attack alone. And then when you commit them into melee, I mean, they just don't do enough extra to justify the cost, in my opinion. Again, this is just early days testing, but it does appear that the Rotflies are very cost-effective, whereas especially the Death's Heads, but even the regular Plague Groans they're just a little overpriced, I think. Like 1,150 to 1,200, I think, would be more palatable of an upgrade. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, exactly, Blueberry. I think so. How are Slaanesh chariots performing? So the Slaanesh multi-model chariots don't seem to be doing very much. I don't know if there's some bug that's affecting them, where they're not getting their collision attacks, or their attack animations are not going off. But the single entity, this Exalted Seeker Chariot, both as a mount option for the Herald and as a unit, is pretty good. It's definitely very good single entity chariot. So single entity's fine. The multi-model ones seem to be bugged right now. I'm sure once they're working properly, they'll be very good. Bloodletters are awesome. Plague Bearers are very slow. They're tough to use, but they're super tanky. Bloodletters, I mean, as an armor-piercing anti-infantry mid-tier, they're awesome. They'll clean up any armored infantry cost-effectively, even against like an elite tier, like a Celestial Dragon Halberd. They will trade cost-effectively against pretty much all armored infantry in the game, which is great. They're very good. Their speed's awesome. The spell resistance is awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely a fan. Definitely a fan of Bloodletters. Do spells have a base miscast chance now? No, I only only this right here, Soul Stealer. Bloodletters versus Nurgle or Tzeentch Forsaken. You know, that's a good question. I need to test that one out. I think, yeah. I have a video coming out about Nurgle Forsaken, or sorry, Tzeentch Forsaken in the next couple days. I'm convinced they're the best infantry in this game, but I'll lay out my argument in that video why. But I don't have a ton more time for today. I actually do need to get to recording a whole bunch of battles. But is there anything else in particular you guys had questions about or wanted to see? I could show you guys. You know what? You want to see some late game saves? So let's load up some campaigns here. So yeah, there's now no turn limit on the campaigns that I can show. So let's jump into a late game Slaanesh save. Slaanesh versus Khorne seems like a really fun matchup on both sides. I don't know. I played it a bit. I haven't played it enough probably, but I've been able to win from both directions. So like Khorne is much better in sustained melee combat. If you can fight on equal terms, Khorne will win every time. But Slaanesh needs to utilize their mobility and speed to gain tactical advantage, like locally, just outnumber or, you know, get rear charges or whatever. So. Yes, Sarthorael can fly, yes. Sarthorael can fly. Azric the Maze Keeper, which is the one from Norska, currently cannot. But again, this has all not been fully implemented yet. So, okay, so here's a late game Slaanesh, and I apologize for my frame rates in advance. Again, still running this on a laptop, but here's a late game Slaanesh save. So one thing to note, I had some people asking me about Vassals. We can actually come in here and look. So I have vassalized quite a few factions. Notice how there's no Demons of Chaos or Warriors of Chaos in here, although I do have a few Empire factions. So I actually came in here. Midland is the only one that survived Scrag, I was able to vassalize them, and he took Marienburg eventually. And I eventually portaled down here just recently. You can see Inkari's actually here in Midland right now. I came in here, I awakened Karl Franz and put him under a spell, so he is my vassal. We also came in and awakened Wiesenland, and I'm hoping that they'll come in here and besiege and retake Nuln, so I can start getting units off of them too. But yeah, so I've got the vassals. Basically, when I vassalize Midland, all of the demons of chaos declared war on me instantly, and I think that's a bug. I don't think that's how it's intended to work. But I think because, you know, demons auto-declare war on all Order factions, as soon as I vassalize an Order faction, like I had a military alliance with the Demon Prince here, with Kaghan Magath. I had a military alliance with Kugath, who I have since killed off. Even I had a defensive alliance with Kairos. I had, you know, was getting a nice demon tide put together and vassalized Midland, and they all instantly declared war on me as soon as I fought the next manual battle, which is why I think it's a bug, because it was like, it didn't happen until I fought a manual battle. So, anyway, hopefully that gets fixed and addressed, because currently it means that you really can't vassalize Order factions unless you want to switch sides and join the Order tide. So that's what I'm in the process of doing right now. I haven't managed to piece out Cathay yet, or at least Meow. It does look like I'm actually at peace with Zhao's faction. So, although they do view me as a significant threat, which is not ideal. But yeah, I'm currently in the process of trying to switch sides. I'm still at war with Kislev too. But I figure if I kill Scrag and if I kill off all the other demons, maybe the mortals will like me enough to accept me. I don't know. No, Shenzhou is not in the game. I know there was some serious hopium going around that Shenzhou was somehow a hidden character. No, there's no Shenzhou playable in the game right now. That's not to say that she couldn't get added later on, maybe even as an unlockable, but Shenzhou does not exist outside of lore references. She's not in the game. I'm sorry. What are the demons' preferred climates? So, I think it actually varies demon to demon faction, but, like, for me, basically everything. I mean, I'm looking right now. Okay, so mountains and deserts, I think, are not. Like, if I go over here to Cathay, yeah, these deserts are red, and the mountains are yellow, but I think pretty much everything else is fair game. I mean, I don't know, do we have any jungle? I don't know if we actually have any jungle right now. Oh yeah, we do, down in this corner that I don't have visibility on yet. But yeah, even like Badlands is fine. Snow is fine. Empire, nice, suitable temperate climate is fine. I don't know, Elven Islands probably not. Ooh, even Enchanted Forests is yellow. That's nice. Most factions, that's red. No, in this, vassals can't declare war without your permission. Your military allies might still declare war on your vassals, like I mentioned with that bug, but, no, I haven't had any issues with my vassals declaring on each other.
Who calls?
And I don't think they can even initiate war. Like, I don't think your vassals can actually declare war on another faction. I think they're limited in the diplomacy that they can initiate. Well, and maybe they can't even initiate any diplomacy with anyone. I don't remember, but I mean, you can make trade agreements with them. But
the Empire.
Yeah, so if I take a look at my army compositions here, so in some of my armies, yeah, like right here, I have some Empire Knights in this stack. I think, yeah, I've got Mammoths and Skin Wolves on loan from Norska. This stack has got some Outriders and Crossbowmen yet to be tested in battle, but I've also got, you know, a bunch of Exalted Demonettes and Soul Grinders. The Soul Grinders have definitely been the only unit I've found that does reasonably well on Slaanesh Auto-Resolve. I think because the Auto-Resolve right now favors armor more than anything else, I think. I don't know. I don't have any hard evidence for that. That's just my gut instinct. Based on my experience playing the game, the Slaanesh gets just punched right in the face by Auto-Resolve because of their lack of armor, so I've been trying to just spam a lot of Soul Grinders anywhere I can in my armies. But what else have I got here? Anything fun on the allied units? Oh yeah, we could, if you want to see fun allied units, we could go to another one. How adorable are Nurglings? Very adorable. Super, super adorable. Okay, so I'm not going to go to the quick save because I think I'm on a battle there. Let's go here. You admiring my names, Zach Wade? I have fun naming the characters in my campaigns, I'm gonna be honest. On my own time. It's for me. Yeah, well, just wait. Wait till you see the names in my Tzeentch campaign. This is gonna be fun. Just wait. Oh yeah, dwarfs. Once you get allied cavalry from whoever, you know, take your pick. Kislev, Empire, Britonia, I'm sure at that point. Anyway, so yes, we've got Kairos here with the advisor who put a mask on, and Sartharel shrunk down to horror size. And Kairos is quite broken in campaign with a certain ability. This ability right here gives. This one right here gives mastery of the elemental winds for all casters in his army, and that includes heroes and lords of change. So now I'm basically got his almost full army filled with casters, and that on top of his greater arcane conduit means that his spells are ridiculous. I mean, they do so much damage. It's obscene. I just got done with one of the Realms of Chaos, and I was literally hilariously laughing to myself, but yeah, we've got nothing fun in that army in particular. This army, oh yeah, I just barely recently got access to Chosen from my Warriors of Chaos ally, the dreaded Woe here, up in the north of Cathay. So we've got one Chosen Halberd in that stack. I think, yeah, this stack is being newly recruited. I've got 2 Chosen with shields, and we've also got some lead belchers on loan from Greasus, old greasy boy. So this is probably my favorite thing about the new campaigns, to be honest, is the allied units. It's just so cool to be able to recruit these guys across different factions, to like bring in some Chosen to fight alongside your Demons of Tzeentch. Since we don't have Chosen of Tzeentch yet, next best thing, get some Undivideds. So I do plan to get some Chosen in basically in every single stack as my front line now at this point, since I have access to them. Like, I'll probably just come in here and put those guys on deployment. Anyway, yeah, you get it. Names.
Of painting skin.
That is an unlimited power Doomsday.
Sorcery is true power.
If you want the Emperor, you can specify a character type. So if you want to be an Exalted Lord of Change, if you want to be a Kislev Patriarch, if you want to be Keeper of Secrets, you know, whatever. Or if you even want to be a unit, if you want to have like a unit of Streltsy named after you, whatever you want to do, just let me know, and I'm happy. The cool thing about naming characters, though, is like here, I can come into Mr. Jar Jar Binks here, whose obviously name is not copyrighted, and I can go ahead and save him as a character. And then I can use him in my other Tzeentch campaigns and in multiplayer and so forth. So yeah, the idea with the patron reward tier is for patrons to be able to be saved as characters for use, like in our patron practice sessions in multiplayer, just for fun, or you know, in co-op campaigns, or even in my campaigns I'm streaming. So yes. I don't know. I kind of like them being proper Winds of Magic casters because, like, you'll run into... Let me actually load up and see if I can... Oh, yeah. Let me finish going over the names here real quick, just for Zach. You know, we've got Jigglypuff here. We've got Minion. Lubu. Nemo. Kirby. Wigglytuff. Yes, anyway. Let me load up my completed Boris campaign. So This is one I have finished the main quest. I'm now just going for a full domination if I can, like a full, map painting, if you will. Are all demons broke financially? They do struggle to a degree up until a certain point, but once you get rolling, then you can definitely start to steamroll pretty quickly. Corn is the easiest by far because you get so much money from stacking. But Nurgle is actually, like, arguably a little bit weak because of the low speed, but they are quite good, yeah. Snow leopards into saber tusk. I don't know, I haven't tried, to be honest, but I was going to show you guys, so this is not the one that I was streaming. This is actually a Boris campaign that I have pretty much finished, but one reason I like the Lords of Change and other greater demons being casters is because you can get them as allied units, right? So if I come in here, does he still have... I think I might have fought him out already, but Greasus had a Lord of Change in his army, which means that he had a spellcaster that could use Lord of Tzeentch, as an ally, which he wouldn't otherwise have access to. So I think it's cool, specifically for the allied mechanic. Now, in multiplayer, arguably, it would be way more useful for them to just have a couple of bound spells, but I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it's fine for them to have actual Winds of Magic, but, oh yeah, on this one, I'm allied with the Lizardmen, who start out in these islands down here. So I can show you, again, some of my allied stacks. Boris doesn't have anything except just bears, and he is currently invading the Chaos Wastes with his bears. Here we've got just a Cathayan cannon and Katarine's Streltsy. Here we've got... Oh yeah, this is probably my favorite stack of the whole campaign, to be honest. Look at this. Look at this beauty right here. 5 Streltsy, 4 heavy war sleds. We've got a gyro bomber, 3 brimstone guns, 2 little groms. That's a good question, Vicente. I don't know. I'm assuming for the Beastmen that you can give outposts at their blood grounds, right? When they establish blood grounds. But I haven't seen the AI Beastmen in Warhammer 3 so far establish any blood grounds, so I haven't been able to get any Beastmen allied units, but I actually don't know. That's a good question that I don't have the answer to. Asking about outposts with Horde factions. But anyway, just take a minute to appreciate this army. I'm very proud of this. Anyway, and then this is the Poison plus Frostbite army. We've got some Pterodon Riders in here just to get Poison for that extra speed debuff on top of Frostbite. Yeah, that's another thing too. Great Unclean Ones, as an allied unit, are very good for factions which don't have access to that type of monster. This one, we've got a little bit of a mixed Cathayan Dawi cannon action going on here. Yeah, so allied units, very cool. Coolest feature of Total War Warhammer 3, in my opinion. It's definitely allied units. So anyway, oh yeah, also I have Bellicor unlocked. This is one of the biggest issues I have with the campaign side. I mean, design-wise, I think everything's very good. It's just the way that this has been implemented. Like, I just kind of get Bellicor, right? And it, lore-wise, doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, for the Order factions to use him, in this way, just for me, it doesn't jive very well. So I have been punishing him by just suiciding him into, demons and portals and whatnot. But yeah, Bellicor's here, technically. I'm not using him right now. Inkari's probably better. Inkari's Wit Stealer's Sword, doubling his weapon strength, plus Inkari's faster. He is 100 speed rather than, I think the Exalted Keeper of Secrets is 80. Now, that being said, the Exalted Keeper of Secrets can take Lore of Shadows, which is currently, Penumbral Pendulum is completely broken. So, arguably, if you're against, like, an infantry-based faction, you might want to take the Exalted Keeper just for Pendulum. Or, you could even better take the Herald on a Chariot, which has perfect vigor and, again, anti-infantry damage, also with Pendulum. And then against monster factions, like, if you need to fight big, scary stuff, Inkari's going to be better, because he's a better melee combatant. Yes, the Lizardmen are on the Dragon Isles. That's correct. Yep, they're right here. This is where they start, at Dragon Fang Mount, which is where my outpost is. Another thing about outposts, too, that's cool is like, you see how there's a Zarguard and some Kossars in this garrison for this Lizardman army? And then, like, if I go to my cities, right, if we look here, yeah, like, see here at Crookback Mountain, I've got an Empire outpost, so we got some great swords and some handgunners in there. This is actually coming in super handy for me. I had an Empire outpost for quite some time here at Zar Nagarund that since got destroyed. I had to recolonize it, but they helped me hold off many chaos invasions. These great swords and the handgunners of Khorne in particular, they were quite helpful. Like this one. Oh yeah, this one. Check this out. Here in Marienburg, I've got a dwarven flame cannon in my garrison. Like, yes, please. Can I get a flame cannon, please? Oh, yeah. So, the allied mechanic is, again, I can't say this enough, the coolest thing in this game. Like, Bastiladon, up here way in the north, Lizardman managed to get an outpost here in the Chaos Waste, in my outpost in the Chaos Waste. I've got some Saurus and a Bastiladon. Like, yes. It's so cool. It's so cool. Tech Elites or Disease asks a very good question. What happens to your borrowed units if your alliance with the home faction breaks? So it depends on the method of breaking. If you decline like a war offer, like being pulled into a war with them, or if you declare war on them directly, obviously you will lose the units. Yes. However, if you confederate them, or if the faction is destroyed, the units will stay with you. So, like, I had a stack for a while in this campaign with a bunch of Krakadrak dwarfs. Even though the Krakadrak faction got destroyed, prior to that, I managed to recruit, I think it was like 4 miners with plastic charges or something. I don't know. I forget the exact units. But I had some dwarfs of Krakadrak for some time fighting with me. Eventually, they died in battle. But, yeah, if the faction's destroyed or if the faction confederates with you, you'll keep the units. If you break the alliance via diplomatic means or declaring war or whatever, then yes, you'll lose the units. That's correct. Can you recruit any unit as an ally unit? So not necessarily any unit. So if I actually go back and show you the outposts and show you what it says in the text here. So if we go to... It's nice because I have a few different tiers. Okay, so this is perfect for demonstration. So, this one here in Shangwu, in Cathay, I can provide a selection of units on the based on the local recruitment. So they have to actually have military buildings here for me to be able to recruit from. On the next tier, I get access to a selection from the faction's global recruitment pool, which means whatever military infrastructure they built up, I can recruit units from. You can't recruit all units, only a selection, right? So, like, for example, I haven't seen any of the DLC units from, like, Grim in the Grave, right, for the Empire. Like, I haven't seen Free Company, Knights of the Blazing Sun, or Flagellants available for recruitment. So, I would guess it's probably not going to include the DLC units. Maybe you can mod that in with a dependency. But then, yeah, and then the final tier just gives you a cost reduction when you're trying to recruit these allied units outside friendly territory, which you can do. You just need to be in an encamped stance. So you need to be either garrisoned in a town or an encamped stance. So, like, if I have an army here somewhere, you know what? Let's recruit Bellicor simply for demonstration purposes here. I am about to get invaded in my home territory even still by Tzeentch because... Kairos has grown quite strong in this campaign, but so if I come in here, I can actually show you the interface. So here's the units I have available from the Lizardmen allies. I can get Proxigors, I can get the Coldman Rider variants, Horned Ones, Pterodon Riders. Again, no Chameleon Stalkers, no like Razordons or Salamanders though, right? Chameleon Skinks, that's great. Dwarfs, Slayers, Ironbreakers, Hammerers, again, all the vanilla units, including Gyro Bombers, Gyrocopters. Considering Kislev lacks access to flying units, these in particular are really nice to have. Yeah, same thing. Cathay, like I can get all the units, even up to tier 5. You can get the Terracotta Sentinel, so like the Empire, I don't have in this campaign. Unfortunately, I lost the save where I had it, but I did manage to recruit a steam tank. into, I think I was playing a Katarine campaign, and I had Empire allies, and I managed to get a steam tank into one of my armies. So, yeah, I don't know. I would be surprised if the DLC units don't, because the DLC units are in. Like, if I come over here and look at some of these Empire armies, like, you can see this guy right here, Huntsman General. Like, so, I mean, the DLCs are very clearly in, right? This guy right here is a DLC character, and, you know, we've got the archers. I feel like I've seen flagellants too, and, you know, the others, so I really do think, yeah, DLCs are most likely in already, but, yeah, see right here, we've got Bugman's Rangers. Oh, man, these guys also have a unit of Demigryph Knights Halberds, too. A little jelly right now. The other thing to note about, the reason I don't have any, even though I have quite a few Empire allies in this campaign, I don't have any Empire outposts because outposts can only be built in major settlements, and there can only be one outpost per faction. Or, sorry, there can only be one outpost at a time, regardless of the faction. So, like, right here in Beckhofen, you can see Katarine has her outpost here, which means I can't build my outpost here, which is why I don't have access. I was too slow. I didn't have the funds at the time I made the alliances to build the outposts, because you do have to pay for them. So, unfortunately, all the Empire outposts got occupied by, like, Katarine or other Empire factions, so a little bit sad. It's not always super reliable to be able to recruit the units that you want. It kind of depends each campaign, and it helps each campaign feel unique, too, in that it'll play out differently every time. You know, in terms of what allied units you'll get access to, what factions you manage to ally yourself with, which factions survive, right? There's some that's pretty consistent. Like, it's not too hard to get Empire, at least one Empire alliance, even though I managed to fail to do so in this campaign. Hey, awesome, Zach. Fantastic. Did you just join up? Because that is amazing, my friend. Thank you so much. Okay, so. Yeah, I don't remember. I haven't honestly played Troy enough to be able to tell you. I know they did pilot a lot of these mechanics in Troy, but yeah, so there you go. There's sort of some campaign questions answered probably as well, sort of a demonstration of how this mechanic looks, and especially in a light game where you have access to all the cool stuff. Yeah. What else? Anything else I could show you interesting from the campaigns I've been playing? I'm trying to think. These are definitely the three I've been playing most recently. Yeah, these other ones, I can't show you this disciples of the Maw obviously right now. These other ones I've been streaming, so you can pretty much see everything there. It's public information. But anyway, whoa, whoops. Just closed the entire game. Didn't mean to do that. Anyway. So now at this point, we've got a few options. I probably only got another 15 minutes or so to stream, because I do need to get some. Oh yeah, I see, Zach. You just joined. I just got a notification on my phone actually right now. Thank you so much, by the way. That's very, very generous of you. Yeah. Anyway, how should we finish this up? I was maybe gonna live stream some battles, but what do you guys think? Should we get some domination battles in on the end of this stream just to have some fun? Maybe I'll fire up the lobby and see if anyone wants to join. Let's do this. I'll host one. I'll leave it open. I'll call it No Ogre Time. And we'll do a domination. Wow, look at that custom funds. Should we have some fun and do some custom funds? Probably not that much, but let's see, what is the default? The default is 18,000? Yeah. Okay. So what if we did 20,000? What would that look like? 8,000 starting funds. What if we did 2,500 or 25,000? We're pretty close. Let's do 28,000. I mean, that's like pretty close to what you would get as the base starting funds in Warhammer 3 land battles, right? I think literally if we did 30, it would be like almost there. Yeah, pretty close. So, I don't know. I kind of want to experiment with this higher funds format to see if, you know, when you get like a pitched land battle first, then, I don't know, maybe it'll make for a better viewing experience. I don't know. There's still a point mechanic in free-for-all, yes. Yeah, if you want, I think we actually fought a free-for-all in one of Turin's streams if you go back and watch. I seem to remember roasting everyone with flamers. Sure, sure. Sounds good, Zach. Sounds good. Yes, but there is a bonus for Last Man Standing, yes. I think there always has been a bonus in free-for-all for Last Man Standing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right. Anyways... let's see here. I just sent in some Discord messages to some people. See if anyone wants to jump in. Let's see here. Let me just take a look. Okay. Yeah, any other questions, though, guys, while we're here waiting? Which faction would I rate as S tier? I'm not going to get too far into the faction ratings right now. I don't want to spoil my future content, but... Yep. Yep. Yes, Domination will be the default ranked battle system. That's correct. Hey, Augment's in here. Welcome, welcome. Would it be viable strategy in Domination to put your Legendary Lord in reinforcement and bring out a larger army? Yes, actually. I have a replay coming eventually where I do that with Slaanesh to very good effect. Slaanesh in particular because, like, Inkari, yes, very expensive, but 100 speed means that you can get into range to fight relatively quickly. Speaking of which, let's play Slaanesh. I'm going to play Slaanesh. Or if he wants to play Slaanesh, that's fine. I can play Kislev, actually. Yes, and let's just go back to default funds here. Okay. Yes, and I think I have a build for this, maybe. I actually don't have a build for this. Oof. Okay. You know, I actually kind of like this opening to a degree, but I'm actually going to cut the Warbear Riders, and maybe I'll cut the sleds too. And let's have a think about the cavalry situation here. So, part of me wonders if I just like spam low-tier shooting and cavalry. What is that going to do for me? Yeah, let's actually do this. Constantine's going to be a little bit tankier, so I'll take him. He's a little bit more expensive, but I do want everything, I think, except maybe the Brazier Mace. We can save a little bit on that. And then from there, let's go with... Part of me's tempted to go with Griffin Legion opener. Cripple Griffin Legion opener is pretty heavy, but that's a lot of shock damage potentially. So let's actually try that. I'm gonna bring my caster in reserve, and we'll go with Ice Maiden's Kiss and Ice Sheet to help control movements. And yeah, I think that'll be fine. Glacial Blast just in case she gets caught out. Okay, and then I do want some Dread Sleds on reinforcements. Let's also take quite a bit of low-tier shooting. Maxed on missile units. Crap. Okay. Get rid of these armored Kossars. Great weapons. We don't need great weapons. We could just take shields for a couple more sustainable infantry. And then I think probably some Snow Leopards for additional frostbite and mobility. Winged Lancers. We're not quite maxed on yet. Can come in here and cut those light dudes, and then that'll pretty much cap us out. So I don't know about this. We're gonna try this. This is a pretty aggressive opening with 3 Griffin Legions initially. This might be a lot for me to try and micro, but let's try it. Oh, no, by all means, Sir Argument. I actually haven't played this very many times from Kislev's side, and I'm considering myself a Kislev main, at least for the time being, until Empire comes in, so yeah, it's totally fine. I'm totally fine. I think Tranquilo, the idea is to make it more approachable for newer players, because overwhelming micro is often something that, I should say microing a big army in real time is something that a lot of newer players feel overwhelmed by. So I think the idea is by giving you a small initial starting force, you just have less units to micro, so it's a little bit easier to learn, and you get to see the interactions on a more individual level, rather than it being a little bit hard to tell what's going on in a big battle. I think that's the idea, at least. Micro checks come into clutch. That's great. Never heard that before. That is good though. Oh, you're fine. You're playing Slaanesh. Doesn't really matter what map you're on, to be honest. Yeah, I probably could have cut some of this other stuff from Constantine, but that's fine. This map is pretty good for the range factions, though, I'll admit.
The truth together. Sons of Kislev! Defenders of Kislev!
Okay, looking good.
Defenders of Kislev!
Let's see what he's got here initially. Okay, so he's got a whole bunch of Marauders. Okay, that's fine. We can move these guys up here. Let's just kind of get the cab a nice wide angle. And we can start to consider what units to bring in. What's he got? Okay, so he's brought some Fiends, which is definitely quite strong. Secret Chariots I'm not too worried about. A couple of Demonettes and some Spears. Okay, looks all pretty solid. Let's take a position here. Let's tuck in a little tighter here. We could potentially start advancing onto the center objective, but I don't want to start feeding Slaanesh too many points early. So let's keep the Griffin Legion in a position to stay safe as much as possible. I want to move up and start shooting something though, so let's kind of move up like so. You know what? Actually, not fully. Let's just kind of hang back. Looking good. Looking good. Let's get a snow leopard to come potentially slow down these chariots. Okay. Yep, I think we do actually want to move up there. See if we can catch those secret chariots. I don't think we're going to be able to. Snow Leopard is 100 speed also, though, so... Okay, let's get you guys turning slightly here. He's amassing some forces. So, we'll just kind of be content to sit back for the time being. Let's get some sleds. Start applying a little bit of range pressure here to, like, these demonettes and stuff. Ooh, okay. The Vein of Slaanesh on me, so I rampage, that's fine. I want to see a Fury summon, probably. Yep, okay, let's hang back. You guys switch to melee mode. Maybe just get some shots there. Okay, I'm content to just sit for the time being. You know what, actually, let's move up slightly. Like so. Okay. Okay, it looks like he's going to commit to an engagement here. That's fine. Another Snow Leopard out. Just try and smash these guys right here. Let's get you on a rear charge on those demonettes. Same thing here. Constantine can come in there. Okay. He's got a little bit of spear support there, so let's pull away. Oof, we're going to take a rear charge perhaps from those Harpies too, which is not, or the Furies, which is not ideal. Let's keep them on the chariot, actually. You guys can come drop a rear charge. Oh no, the Fiend's got a hold of us right there for a minute. That's not ideal. Okay, we're also getting a cap right there. We should be able to smash those bros there. Oh shoot, we got to countercharge them though. We don't want them charging in our rear. Definitely. Snow Leopard, stay on the chariots. Stay on the chariots. Kind of got bogged up there. We did manage to beat the Furies, though, so that's good. Get a little bit of a heal there. A little melee attack buff. Oh, yeah. Oh, Heart Seekers. Or Seekers, at least. Okay. Ended up taking a lot of damage on those guys. Those semi-expensive cavalry. But Secret Chariots, not too big of an issue right now. Let's bring in a caster. Yeah, he hasn't capped his home objective yet, which is fine. But I am not playing particularly well right now. It's not going too well, but let's just get some fire on those guys. Let's get a little action right here. Just get a big speed control debuff there. Okay. How's my cavalry doing? Really not ideal. Okay, you guys also. Oh, yeah. Man, just playing horribly with my Griffin Legion right now. That's definitely going to cost me the game right there. I didn't even capture my home objective either. Guys, I am playing like an absolute potato right now. I apologize for this shameful display that you are seeing unfold right now. Yeah, we're pretty far behind already on army damage value. That's really, really not good. Managed to get caught in a bunch of bad engagements here. Yeah, this is the issue I have with Kislev in this matchup, is like I don't have good enough micro to use their cavalry effectively here. We might be able to snipe his Herald though. Let's go after that. These freaking stupid Snow Leopards have been basically completely useless. Okay, we want to just countercharge there. We want to side and rear charge them as much as possible. Let's get some infantry to go secure that point over there. Yeah, this is not going well. This is definitely not going well. I have not practiced this matchup enough to be playing it on stream. And just completely blundering my caster, as is typical for me, to be honest. Okay, yep. Demonettes are just completely cleaning my house. And like, look at that. I even got like a side charge on those Seekers, and they still, yeah, this is over. I'm tempted to concede already, because we just got completely wrecked there, like 100% wrecked. So yeah, that was very, very, very bad. There's essentially no chance of me winning at this point. But I'm going to continue to play just because. Yeah, I guess that triple Griffin Legion opening definitely did not work. I mean, I just got crushed right there. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely lost this. I mean, I'm getting comeback points at this point, but we're still so far behind. Yeah, I'm 3,000 points behind on army damage value, so... And these guys are just not following orders as well, which is definitely an issue. It seems like cavalry is... the charges feel okay, but functionally cavalry is like basically completely useless in this game in terms of actually pulling out and cycle charging. Like it's pointless to try sometimes, but we'll keep going. Let's get some more sleds out here. See if we can't clean up some of these overextended infantry. Okay. Did manage to finish them off there. Okay, we can get another little buff blob going here with these winged lancers. Yep, just get rear charged by AP OP Furies. Definitely feeling the balance right now. Feeling the balance of Slaanesh right now, guys. Definitely very hard. Okay. See if we can actually start coming and capping some points. Probably not. Again, I'm still not trading well on army damage value, even despite everything. So let's just, yeah, let's just keep going, I guess. Get a little heal there, get a little wind spell there. I mean, if your micro wasn't completely potato, this would actually probably work okay, but my micro is definitely not very good, so I tend to run into situations like this more often than I should, probably, given the amount of experience I have playing the game. But there you go. Also, trying to talk while playing is not one of my strengths. Reason I don't do live casts very much. But yeah, I also have like 1,300 points banked up. Let's get some more cavalry in here. Those Furies, man, those Furies are just ruining everything for me. I really cannot do anything to those Furies. I should have taken Boris. My initial impression was to take Boris, and I think he would have been much better to just maul Fiends in melee. But yeah, there's no chance of me coming back at this point. No need to play that. Yep, that was very bad. I apologize to everyone who had to witness that fucking horrible display. It was probably the worst multiplayer game I've played, honestly, in several months. So I apologize, but yeah, one of the Griffin Legions paid for themselves. Again, if you didn't have completely full-on potato micro and decision-making like me, this would work okay. But unfortunately, I am an actual potato and cannot play this game, so I just lost. Yeah, OP Furies, definitely very balanced. Yeah, that was definitely not a good game on my part, but you definitely played well. I mean, that was completely horrendous on my part, but, yeah, Kislev has no flying units, so in hindsight, I would definitely modify this build, and probably just not even take the infantry on the starting army. Snow Leopards also did less than nothing for me, so I'm going to cut them. And probably, I think what I would do, if we were to rematch this, which I think we probably should, because that was just terrible, is, yeah, I don't know, honestly. I don't know, honestly. Yeah, I haven't played that matchup enough to really know. Like, your missile DPS isn't really enough to actually deal damage. Like, Armored Cossarge is just gonna get surrounded and mauled. I don't know. Maybe Ice Guard would have worked better, but yeah. Let's see. Let me think. I think I do need more infantry. I think you're right. I think actually cavalry spam is not the way. Yeah, this guy's just so expensive too with all this stuff. I think I can probably cut the charge bonus buff, even though it's nice and it's fun for sure. By defending archers on the cliff edges. Okay, so maybe I just need to take, yeah, let's try... Ice guards are just so squishy. Like, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. How do you defend the archers, though, is my question. I don't know. Yeah, Fiends are very good. Fiends are Slaaneish's best unit, in my opinion. So, kind of expected to get wrecked by them. But I could come in here and just trade one of these calves for Ice Guard, I guess. The question is, what do I take? I mean, I can't afford the glaives, so I guess I just take swords. Glaives would probably be better at defending themselves from Slaanesh heavy cavalry, but... something like that, and then... Horse archers can't necessarily defend against Slaanesh cavalry, though, and they'll get chased down by them, but I can at least contest and get some early HP damage in. So... that, and then... I don't know, though. Maybe it's better to just take an Armored Kossar. I just feel like with Slaanesh's AP and fast charge, like, I don't know. The problem with the Winged Lancers is they lose straight up to the Slaanesh. Like, even in the head first charge, they still lose to the Seeker, not the Seekers, the Hellstriders, the anti-large Hellstriders. Like, they just lose, at least in my experience. So, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe the Griffin Legion don't do that much extra for you here. But, I don't know. I feel like you almost need them to be able to overcome. But, let's see. What would it look like if I just went full infantry spam? With maybe, like, 2 Winged Lancers or 1 Winged Lancer? Dervishes also actually could probably be pretty decent, considering how cheap they are, and their damage output seems decent against light armor. They will definitely lose to the dudes, but let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need to actually, like, not play this on stream, because it's going to be kind of boring for you guys to sit while I theorycraft this for a while, so... yeah, I don't know. I need to theorycraft. I admit I haven't played this matchup very much because, you know, early on we weren't allowed to show Slaanesh games, so everyone just wanted to play games that we could show, so I didn't get that much practice against Slaanesh, and I haven't had that much time to play over the past few days because I've been busy with IRL stuff, so yeah, I apologize. I definitely should have practiced this matchup before I played it on stream and embarrassed myself horribly, but, you know, you live and learn. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I played this matchup before, I just got completely destroyed by cavalry. Like, I tried to take a stack with a bunch of Winged Lancers, but I just got completely wrecked by the Hellstriders. So I was like, okay. In my mind, I'm like, okay, the Griffin Legion, like, I've seen them beat the Hellstriders. Like, they definitely can outcompete, but yeah, it just seems like wide numbers is probably the way to go here. I don't know. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I actually want to figure this out, because this is the only matchup right now as Kislev that I don't have a lot of experience in. So it's just, I probably shouldn't do it on, maybe, I don't know, maybe some people would be interested in watching it on stream, but it's probably going to involve me getting absolutely crushed like 6 games in a row. So do I want everyone to see that? Probably not. Oh, yeah, I'm still going to avoid it for the time being, Okoy, just because it's going to be hard for me to actually play without highlighting, and, you know, I have someone else here. I don't know. Like, for the tournament, I think it's fine, but yeah, I don't know. Even if you asked, it still makes me nervous, so I'm just going to avoid that for the time being. I've already accidentally revealed too much Ogre stuff on this stream, so... See, the problem with me trying to play Slaanesh is, again, my micro is actually not very good, secretly, so I am not very good at playing Slaanesh, and again, will probably just embarrass myself. But, no, let's try that one more time. I want to see if I get steamrolled even worse, perhaps, if that's possible. But I think, honestly, I just go with, like, maximum low-tier shooting here. Maybe that works. That's very mouth-breather, but... make it a little less mouth breather if we did that. And I do have enough to actually upgrade these guys to the glaives, so okay. That seems a little bit better as a starting army. We'll see. But okay, and then honestly, I think bringing my caster in as reinforcements is fine, relatively cheap too. Part of me wants to still try the horse archer thing. I don't know. Still am not sure. Not sure about that. Probably want to max Cossars and then just take more calves, probably. Okay. Okay. I could almost afford another one of those. Not quite. But I guess all my hero slots are filled anyway. Yeah, I'm going to cut that charge bonus buff. I don't think it actually did anything for me there. The Vigor buff is also... The Vigor refresh is also nice. Situationally, it's niche okay, but... I feel like my units just die so fast against Slaanesh, it's not really worth having. And then with the extra funds, maybe we grab one armored Kossar. Just to defend a single... No, not down there. Up here, to defend a single choke? Or is it better to just keep all these guys and maybe shove them up a bit? Yeah, the only problem is you don't have any cheap, good AoE spells. Kislev's magic is actually not very good at all, to be honest. Like, I'm just being real. It's pretty underwhelming, so at least at the moment. So I mean, if you had nice cheap AoE damage spells, they would be good. And like, I have one that's okay. This Ice Maiden's Kiss, it's decent, but like, you don't have Burning Head, you don't have OP Pendulums, you don't have any of that stuff. Which, I mean, the problem is with this infantry-based build is I'm just super vulnerable to Penumbral Pendulums. So I mean, unless he just decides not to take it, but. Definitely probably should take it and just wreck me with it. You know... Yeah, I think that's fine. It'd be nice to take another Zargard or something, but let's just, yeah, who cares? It's 900 points. It's not going to make a difference. I guess we do take one Snow Leopard just for some more Frostbite. And then, yeah. You know what, actually, let's do this. I'm going to take one Zargard in my starting army to defend, even though it's stupid. And then you can come in here and get some more Vassals. There we go. Okay. Okay. Try that. Hoxamisha, it's not cheap. It's kind of cheap. I guess I could try it, maybe. It's not as cheap as that wind spell, but you know what, actually, maybe, because that Lore of Magic also has a speed debuff on its lore attributes, so maybe that would actually be better against Slaanesh instead of taking Lore of Ice to take Lore of Tempest. That's a good point. I should have thought of that. Let's see here. Okay, so we'll do this. Okay, let's just get you guys in a line here. Okay. Okay, this can't go worse than last time, pretty much, so.
Indeed.
Set these guys up on the edge of the cliff right there. And it looks like we've got an Exalted Keeper, that's fine. Some Fiends here too, also fine. Okay, and probably just start bringing in lots and lots of infantry as quickly as possible, honestly. Happy Puppy, I need your secret Kislev versus Slaanesh builds, because apparently I have no idea what I'm doing in this matchup. Okay, let's just set up on the point here, so if he wants to try and cap, he can. But, okay, let's keep bringing out infantry. Throw some over there. Oh, yep, nice pendulum. See, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, take an infantry base build, just get absolutely creamed by pendulum. So that's cool. Really, really good, actually. Definitely feeling the balance in this particular matchup. It's completely fine, guys. It's completely fine. Absolutely, completely fine. So, okay, we can just come up like this, kind of reset the archers a little bit here, make sure that basically have no straight lines anywhere, so that they can't abuse pendulum. Okay, let's get set up right there. Bring the caster in. Okay, let's get you guys to actually focus the Exalted Keeper here. Let's countercharge there. Okay. Hey, what are you guys doing? Come on. Oh, other unit. Wrong unit. Get a little heal there in the front line for Zargard. Let's get a melee attack buff as well before we go into a full enrage. Nice counter charge there on those Furies. Let's also side charge into these Fiends right here. You guys doing a great job there. Let's have you guys come over here and get a little this action right here. And let's pull you guys back a little bit. We're doing fine against that Exalted Keeper. Let's get you guys also focusing actually on the Fiends there. So, okay, we're capping that just fine. Let's get these calves down here. Just keep bringing out more infantry. Just keep getting a range pressure set up on this ridge line here. It's going to be very important. Okay, we've almost got the Fiends down now. Let's get Mr. Overextended back. Let's bring you guys over. Okay, you probably want to focus the Keeper. Let's have you come fight the Fiends in melee. We can get a nice little Overcast Breath right about here-ish. Okay, let's just kind of disengage there. We can get these guys set up on this cliff face on his side. Okay, things definitely do appear to be going better this time. Okay, let's get you guys. Oh, nope. Nice, able to mostly dodge that time. That was good. Let's focus fire on those demonettes right there. It was not super efficient heal. I didn't hit very many units with it. But let's wheel these guys all the way up and around for rear charge. Got charged in the face right there, but that's fine. Let's get some cavalry to go reinforce. Okay, we just shredded those demonettes. Let's turn our attention to that summon demonette's also gone now as well. Okay, so we can get some guys down there on the point to try and cap it. Once again, Constantine overextending because of the enrage. We've got to be careful of that. Let's bring up these other archers here.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Constantine, come back. Come back. Okay, let's focus those Fiends. Focus the Fiends. Yes, looking good over there. Okay, that's fine. Let's bring in the Patriarch. We can come down and fight on this objective here with these infantry. Oh, crap. The Asgards are going to take a charge there from Fiends. Not the biggest deal in the world. Okay, yep. Should do fine in sustained combat over there. Let's come in here, actually, and heal these Ice Guards. Oh, nope, not that. Oh, no. Oh, my. Look at that pendulum damage. Are you kidding me right now? Like, what am I supposed to do against that, honestly? Honestly, that's so stupid. I'm sorry, guys, but it is. Like, it just is. I don't know. I don't know how that passed testing. You know, I get that they made some change to the to the stuff, but that just seems egregious to me. Okay, and still I'm losing. Seems like maybe. Let's get some cavalry. Okay, let's get rid of those stupid Furies. Stupid OP Furies. Let's get some more infantry down here. Army value damage, we're not that far behind, so we should be able to get some heals here and recover that, actually. Okay. Let's just actually get in melee there, I think. Yes. Ooh, caster's getting sniped by the Keeper of Secrets. That's great. Okay, let's get you guys coming over here. Got a lot of Furies coming in. Gonna need some dervishes to reinforce. Let's see about the Ice Guards. Can we just please finish that Keeper of Secrets? I would very much like to get rid of that guy, if we can. Let's just bring in the light cavalry here to make sure we can maintain this position. We did not manage to capture that center objective, which is not good. Even after all of that, still, they're, you know, holding it with strong forces, so And he literally might have 15 Furies in this army. I'm not sure. It feels like I've killed about 15 Furies already. But, yeah, it's fine. Everything's balanced. It's all perfectly balanced, actually. Perfectly balanced. No issues whatsoever. Okay, can we please? Are we even doing any damage to him? I literally don't think we're even doing any damage to him. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. We don't need to do damage to him, you know. We don't need to do that to win. Yep. Definitely feeling the balance right now. Definitely feeling the balance. Big time. Okay, can we please finish that Keeper of Secrets like yesterday? At some point, the units will like to fire. See, the problem here as well that's working against me is that melee units can actually follow their orders, whereas ranged units do not. They actually, when you give them a shoot order, they just like run around. They don't actually do anything. So that's definitely working against me here, the fact that I'm actually trying to use ranged units, and they're currently bugged, so they're not working. So, yeah, see, like right there, the reason I think that the Ice Guards did actually 0 damage to the Keeper of Secrets is due to that bug, unfortunately. So not the best showcase, honestly, of the game. You know, definitely I think that's something that could have been worked out, but yeah, very frustrating when units don't follow orders. For me, at least personally, that's probably the single most frustrating thing that could possibly happen in this game. Like, at least just for me personally, is for units to just refuse to follow orders. Or to just not be very responsive and just not seem to want to do what they're supposed to be doing, which is to, you know, focus fire on the target that I've given them a fire order on. But what do I know? What do I know? We are actually barely capping right there, or at least we were, but now we're not, so that's not good. Let's force path through all of these stupid crumbling demons that refuse to disintegrate. Definitely very happy that my favorite mechanic got implemented for demons. But let's not talk too much about that right now. I am still far enough behind that I don't know if I can... I might be able to come back if I 3-cap, but I think I do need to actually 3-cap. So we'll see. Probably not. That Keeper of Secrets is still alive. Thankfully, though, we can assure that there's no more pendulums. No more OP pendulums, so that's nice. And I've got 55 Winds of Magic to spend with my caster not even having been brought out yet, so... Or brought out and then killed, rather. I mean, this is definitely working better, I will say. This build is working better, but... Let's see. Yeah, let's see if these ranged units will actually fire, or if they're just going to bug out like usual. Yeah. We might be able to win without 3-capping, actually, still. It's going to be very close, but let's see here. Let's get a little ice sheet right here. This big old Cav Death Blob just needs to charge. Just charge. Everyone just charge those Hellstriders, honestly. And let's get some more infantry spammed out onto the point here. Okay, you know, army value damage-wise, we did manage to get back. I'm not really sure how, to be honest. But let's not question too much. Okay, let's get the Demonettes going there. Okay, you guys. Yeah, just shoot the Ice Guards. Starting to run out of cavalry there in the center, which is not good, because we're going to lose the objective. But let's get these infantry, more Spear Cossars, definitely more Spear Cossars, just feeding them in piecemeal. It's probably not the best, but it's better than the alternative. Let's get a little Overcast Wind Blast. It did damage, I think. It maybe did some damage. I actually have no idea if that did any damage or not, but I like to think it did. Give himself some little melee attack buff there. Okay. Yeah. Okay, maybe I can actually win this. We're not that far behind. We're not even getting any catch-up supply anymore. And I do have the center point secured. Okay, I think I got this. Oof, that was feeling very rough initially.
One of your units
Oh, I
has
have
been
guard mode off.
destroyed.
Yeah, I have guard mode off. For some reason, it turned on for these Kossars, though. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, because I have default guard mode off, but I don't know if I'm accidentally just hitting. I literally have guard mode. Oh, I thought I had it unbound. Maybe that's what I'm doing, is I'm accidentally touching guard mode, but... yeah, I mean, I have it defaulted to off. It shouldn't be on for any of my units. But what I'm talking about is like they call it the Tosa Shuffle. I think it's a bug from a Shogun 2, honestly, where missile units will like sidestep into place and not actually fire. It's pretty frustrating, honestly. It's happened to me quite a bit in campaign. It's very noticeable in siege battles. Like especially when you're playing Tzeentch in Siege, your horrors just like side shuffling into place and then refusing to fire. It's very weird. Very, very strange. Anyway. Get some more dread sleds going in here. I'm not really sure how we killed that Exalted Keeper of Secrets either. I was just absolutely failing to do so. I might have to go back and actually check the replay, because that thing did not want to die, and somehow we were able to finish it off. I honestly have no idea. But, Constantine's dead. That's fine. That's fine. Let's get the caster then grouped on number 1. Nope. Sleds are on 1. Get a little overcast wind blast. See how that does against cavalry. Ooh, nice. Okay. Decent hit. Oh, I do need to actually maintain the objective and not throw the game at this point after all that effort, because I am about to pull ahead. But let's get some cavalry to reinforce just to ensure. All we have to do is hold these 2 objectives at this point. So we can even just slow down those demonettes. We can rear charge those demonettes if we have time. Oof, heart's pounding. Yeah, the Slaanesh Cav Chariots all being literally 100 speed is insane. It's so strong. Ooh, man, I should have been overcasting that the whole time, though, for sure. That did a lot of damage. That was good. Nice. Here comes the sleds. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that actually worked better. That actually worked okay. I might save that one. Okay, so maybe the infantry spam, even with the pendulum just absolutely abusing me. Yeah, 124 kills, 4,000 damage value, guys. Guys. Okay, so for those of you guys asking, they didn't buff Pendulum specifically. What they did was they fixed all AoE damage so that now, like explosions, wind spells, everything, the damage is equal across the entire area of the spell, whereas before the damage was at full strength in the center of the spell, but then it would like lessen the further away you got from the center of the spell. Now it deals full damage across the entire area, which is why Pendulum is so broken, because they didn't change the damage values at all. They just, you know, made it so that the whole thing does maximum damage. So that's why it's so broken. Obviously my rage will show you that it needs balance fixing, but hopefully they actually do so at some future point. Yeah. You cannot move the reinforcement window. That's another big criticism is in regards to UI, is that that reinforcement window needs to be somewhere else, for sure. I use number groups, so like I always have my lord on group 1, but I know a lot of people have complained about it like literally hiding their lord. So, yeah. Anyway. Let's see. Let's see. I mean, you could have got one more pendulum, and I think I might have been okay, but I don't know. It's hard to say. You could have easily got 5,000 damage value, and like obviously that is completely broken and overpowered. But holy cow! Oh, wow! I did not expect the Ice Guard to do that good. I didn't think they were doing anything. Holy crap! Like legit. Ice Guard go burr, like really, like freezing cold burr, like ooh, chilly. I don't know, actually, Glorious Feeder. I don't think there's a hotkey to close reinforcement window. That would also be another way to sort of get a solution to that problem without having to make actual UI changes, but I don't think so. Yeah, and like we don't have access to, you know, like some of the specific race-specific lores. I'm thinking, you know, like Viletide, Brainburster. I can't really talk about Burning Head right now, even though Ogre Kingdoms have it. Well, I guess I could for Tzeentch. Burning Head is somewhat underwhelming. I think they actually did legit nerf the damage on Burning Head. Most AoE damage spells, like it seems like the Lore of Heavens ones are really strong now. Like Uran's Thunderbolt has definitely been doing work for me, as we saw earlier in the stream. Yeah, the sleds are a good choice versus all factions. I probably should have developed them earlier on instead of my other cavalry, but I figured it would just be good to have the bodies. And yeah, if once you can get like a critical mass of sleds online, because they are immune to pendulums basically, right? And they're good anti-infantry charge damage, they have a lot of mass, they're good ranged attacks too. Like, yes, I definitely agree. I probably should have developed the sleds earlier on. Yeah. Yeah, I did not expect... I didn't think they were actually shooting that much. They probably got some pretty good damage in melee, too, because there was at least twice where I hit him with Constantine's plus 40 melee attack buff. So I know for sure, at least during those two uptimes, and like one of those two times, I think they were fighting fiends in melee. So I know at least some of this damage came for them fighting in melee, but that's really impressive. Even against Nurgle, I haven't had Ice Guard get that much value. That is good stuff. I mean, you did very politely not target them specifically with the pendulums, I think, but or maybe you did, and I just didn't notice. But they definitely paid for themselves. Yeah, the sleds again, probably earlier on, probably more sleds. Light Cavalry also did okay at a point, like getting that big critical mass of Light Cavalry in order to counteract. They still didn't pay for themselves, but maybe this is the way, just super wide with lots of shooting against Slaanesh. I don't know. Still feels a little weird. Still feels like I'm kind of behind the curve, but I do like the Patriarch relatively cheaped out. One thing, this is something that Felcon pointed out to me, is if you just cut a lot of the buffs from the Patriarch, he gets very cheap, like only 850 base cost for the Warbear. So if you kind of consider him as like a single entity alternate to the Snow Leopard, he has more weapon strength, doesn't have the anti-large, but I mean just more overall weapon strength means he still deals more damage. He has slightly worse sustained melee stats, no frostbite, but much better armor. So I don't know, the armor I guess doesn't really matter too much against Slaanesh, but also more HP as well. 1200 more HP is significant, so I don't know. That's true, Sir Agumon. That's a good point. Warhammer 2, 1, 2, or 3, which one has the best launch factions? Oh, Warhammer 3. There's no question. Warhammer 3. I mean, best launch anything. Warhammer 3. Like, this is by far the best launch of any Total War Warhammer game that we've had, which we've only had 2 others, so it's not, you know, that big of a bar to clear, but yeah, the shooting works well since Demonettes have 5 armor. Like, on paper, this matchup doesn't... It seems like it should be okay for Kislev, because you have shock damage with cavalry and shooting, both of which Slaanesh is, like, arguably a little bit weak to, but I don't know. It just... I feel like anytime a player without experience in a Slaanesh matchup plays against Slaanesh, they just get wrecked. Yeah. You know, actually, Sir Agumon, I did notice that if you can get a unit to terror route before, you can actually get a unit to terror route before they get the Kislev passive. So because terror kicks in for some units slightly above wavering, actually, like you can actually terror shock them before they get to wavering, and then as soon as the terror kicks in, they'll terror route, they'll gain their passive, but because the terror is affecting them, they won't actually come back and become unbreakable. So if you terror shock Kislev units, you can actually get them to waste their passive. It's hard to do, but I noticed in a multiplayer battle recently, or maybe it was actually a campaign battle, I don't remember, where I was able to actually terror route some Kislev units, and they got their passive, but after they terror routed, right? So they were still running. So I don't know. I think maybe leadership and terror shocks is the way to go. But you even had terror there, and I don't know. I'd have to go back and check the replay, but it might have affected a few units. Chieftain on a Rat Ogre, but he can get Warrior Priest-like buffs. Yeah, that's a pretty good comparison, actually. Are monstrous infantry still squishy and require chaff? Generally, yes. Of course, we can't really talk about the monstrous infantry faction right now, so we'll come back and touch on that again. But man, playing against Slaanesh is brutal. Yeah, some monstrous infantry can hold points by itself, and an important note about monstrous infantry is I'm actually going to play Tzeentch now. So all monstrous infantry, it counts as infantry for capture power, right? So regular, foot slogging small infantry has 6 capture power. Monstrous infantry is the same. Otherwise, ogres just wouldn't be functional as a faction. So it follows then that Chaos Spawn are very strong for all 4 of the Chaos factions in Domination multiplayer. Because they're unbreakable, monstrous infantry, they will continue fighting and at least provide some level of capture power, pretty good capture power, enough to outweigh even like monsters in some situations, even after they've taken a lot of losses to their models. And like, my preferred tactic for Nurgle is literally just to get Spawn on the point and to heal them, because, again, unbreakable, you have tons of healing with Nurgle. For Tzeentch, his Spawn get Barrier, which obviously gives them just an additional 1,000 HP, which is a huge amount. And they also get Armor Sundering, which synergizes very well with all of Tzeentch's shooting and with the Forsaken of Tzeentch, who are, in my opinion, the best infantry in Total War Warhammer 3 right now. But Khorne Minotaurs are pretty decent. Actually, in a Khorne Mirror, that's probably the best matchup for Khorne Minotaurs. They'd probably actually be pretty decent against Slaanesh, too, just because they hit so hard. They are very expensive, but yeah, I mean, they do a substantial amount of damage. They also have 70 armor, whereas, your regular Beastman Minotaurs do not. So, I mean, their stats are still not great for how much you're paying for them. In many ways, the Skull Crushers are better, oftentimes, but specifically in the Khorne Mirror, and again, Khorne versus Slaanesh I haven't played from the Khorne side too much. In theory, they could be good there, but the Khorne Spawn, I think, honestly, is what you want to probably spam in this matchup, because they do so much weapon damage. Just insane weapon damage. 190 total weapon damage, and it's considering Slaanesh has no armor. Yeah. So yes, that's correct, Glorious Feeder. So with Monstrous Infantry, it would be 8 Spawn gives 3 capture power, right? And if 16 gives 6, then 8 Spawn gives 3, and so forth. Need a new door? I am not a doorman, to be honest. I couldn't tell you. Oh, yeah. Mino bus turned Mino convoy. Honestly, might not be the worst. I actually kind of want to save that Kislev build. Hang on. Hang on one sec. Let me go back. Let me save this. Just as a base to work from. No, no, wait. That's not the right build. No, no, it is. Is it? Maybe not. I guess I do have the Zargard still in there. How's Slaanesh versus Tzeentch? It's pretty even. We could play that one real quick. I don't mind playing that from the Tzeentch side. I need to think for a sec. Yeah, Tzeentch in general is quite strong. But let's see here. We do this. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I could maybe change that Ice Guard out for another, in that Kislev build. I could probably change that Ice Guard out for another, or sorry, the Zargard out for another Ice Guard. I think that's actually probably pretty safe. But now, what can I do here? We could go 2 Doom Knights opener, which is pretty consistent. Just to contest Furies in the air as well. Let's see, and then just a bunch of shooting on the ground. A little bit shy. Maybe I'll cut that Fires of Change, even though it's pretty good. No. So a unit of Skeletons and a unit of Chosen have the same capture weight, right? But considering the Chosen have how many models the Chosen have? 80? Let's actually look. So Chosen, right? Warriors of Chaos, Chosen. So every infantry unit has 6 capture power. So 1 unit of Chosen, all 80 Chosen, as long as they're all 80 of them are alive, they have the same capture power as 1 unit of Skeletons, right? So that being said, if the Skeletons were to go down to 80 unit models, then they would have half the capture power. They would only have 6 capture power, right? So that's why low model count infantry, like, I'm curious to see how good aspiring champs are actually in this format. With 62 melee defense and only 16 models, Vanguard deployment for relatively cheap, these guys could be, against certain factions at least, like a hilarious way to just maintain stupid amounts of capture power without them being able to do much about it. Like, I could see, like, possibly against Nurgle, maybe. I mean, that 62 defense and 120 armor is going to be tough for Nurgle to get through, even with this low HP amount. I don't know. Probably it doesn't work as good as I want it to in practice, but could be interesting. And then let's come in here and just tank up on Slaanesh, Forsaken. Or, sorry, not that's the Tzeentch Forsaken. And, some more shooting, horrors, and what else? Probably a flamer or 2, maybe a screamer or 2, and a fury. And there's a build. Let me switch the map up. Go Mountains of Morn, I think. Yes. I think so, Blueberry. Yeah. Yeah. Front line of aspiring Sparring champs outcapping Nurglings, right? That would be fun. That's a question I don't know, because one thing, Etherion, that we don't get, again, another UI criticism or improvement that could be made, is to get a breakdown of capture power when you mouse over an objective. Because, like, right now, when you mouse over an objective, you don't get anything, but it would be good if it gave you a breakdown of units that were affecting capture and their capture weight. Then we'd be able to actually measure, you know, sort of the rounding and the different things you're talking about there. Right now, there's no way for us to be able to tell, unfortunately. And, like, you could maybe formulate some really convoluted tests, and perhaps people will at some point, but it'd be really tough to tell. No, it's not times. No. It's just 6. Okay, 1 infantry equals 6. That's it. There's no multiplication, no models, and then, you know, half infantry equals 3. Cavalry, full cavalry equals 3 as well, right? So you see what I'm saying? It's just 1 to 1. 1 infantry equals 6. Half infantry equals, again. You get it? Does that make a little bit more sense the way I'm explaining it there? Because I feel like maybe some people are not understanding. Let's do this. Okay.
Behold my iridescence!
Okay.
The cackling of demons!
Doom Knights of Finch!
All right. Let's do it. Yeah, you might be able to. Small unit sizes with monstrous infantry. I think you could probably do some stuff there. I think you're right. Oh, we got a soul grinder in here. Okay. All right.
Charge! Charge! We will! Pinkish horror!
Okay, he's got some Marauders. Okay.
Sorcerer's cacophony!
One of the missiles actually hit those secret chariots. That's hilarious.
Spread corruption!
Okay. This is the thing about Slaanesh that I learned recently playing Slaanesh and Azinch, is that you shouldn't take characters in your starting army. 'Cause they just get sniped. There's literally nothing you can do about it. Ah, you can try and summon some Furies. That's neat. You can try. That's what the Doom Knights are for, though. Let's actually advance over this way. Oh, nice manual land trick. That's a good trick right there. Great trick, actually. 10 out of 10 tricksy traps. Okay, now I can start bringing in my Forsaken. Yes.
Herald of the Raven God!
Ooh, that straight down missile attack. Nice. Okay, my Doom Knights, thankfully, have really not taken too much damage. So we can just kind of trundle around for the time being. Let's move these guys up also, and let's bring in some Screamers off of that Vanguard so that we can counteract the Chariots when they inevitably charge. Yep, here they come. Okay, you guys halt. Halt and just fire. Okay, how are we doing on sniping the caster? Did we manage to snipe the caster? Yep, we did. And he's vengeful with his Furies now, so let's go ahead and just counteract them. We can get these guys charging in here. Okay, let's get a little... Since he's blobbed up right there, we can do a little fire.
We have a
Cool.
victory point. Keep
These
it
guys
from the
all
foe.
just fire on the soul grinder there.
Doom Knights! Where chaos command!
I'm not really sure what happened. Oh, we got landed again. We got manually landed again. Okay, that's fine. We can actually probably just jump on down here. Jump on down. Yep. Okay, let's get some more screamers over this objective. How are we doing over there? We're doing fine. We're contesting. That's good. Let's countercharge those guys so they don't get their rear charge bonus. Yeah, a little bit of a janky placement there, but we should be okay. Let's get these guys moved up here. Well, you can just hold for the time being, actually. We're fine. Oop, oop, oop. Got caught by some Furies in there. Okay, that's fine. We can just screen. Bring in some of my own Furies as well. Let's actually get the Screamers to get on that Soul Grinder again. And these Furies can come rear charge those Marauders right there. Let's get back over here. Get some more Winds of Magic generated. Okay, jump those Chariots. Nice, we traded really good against those Demonettes right there with our Forsaken, just in a face first charge. I'd probably just put him on fire at will at this point. Totally forgot about that. That's fine. Okay, you guys move up. You guys move up. Did not cap the center objective yet. We're not quite within range to start getting comeback points, but let's start bringing in some more Tzeentch infantry. Another wave of Forsaken. Let's get a little magic missile on those chariots right there. That should pretty much break that entire pocket, I would hope. Oof. Oof, the rear charge from the Furies. Ooh, that's gonna hurt my Doom Knights. But we do have some pink horrors now within vicinity. Okay, so we can pull back there. We did manage to cap this objective. He just kind of let us have it, so that's fine. Doom Knights get back up into the air. Let's actually rear charge these Demonettes right here. Move up right on the edge of the objective. Okay, let's get a... Let's actually manually land here. Just swing back so we can squeeze through. Okay. Now we need to get back up in the air. We can do. Back over to the support of these Forsaken here. Kinda just left those guys out to dry, but that's fine. Okay. Come on. Let me get a shooting order here. Cap center now, so that's good. We can come in here and probably manually land again. Let's get some Flamers developed onto the center. Yep, we can just screen through. He's Forsaken here. Let's have you guys come turn around. You guys can come through over here as well. Oh wow. You know, it'd help if I actually reinforced with my Forsaken. Yeah, the Tzeentch Forsaken are ridiculous. Honestly, they're so strong. Okay, let's just pull back and defend. We got the Flamers developing here. We've got some more Forsaken ready. Okay, Doom Knights got rear charged there by something. They also got hard snared by something. So let's see if we can go snipe this Soul Grinder. Okay, looking good over there. Yeah, we're more than 2,000 ahead on army damage value, so looking pretty good on that front. What are you? Oh, you're landed. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Well, how come you're not over there already? It's just on the ground over here. It's fine. Totally fine. Okay. Get a magic missile there. Can even bring the flamers over here, I think. Get the more Forsaken. Those Heartseekers are going to have a pretty bad time with all that shooting.
This way!
Oh, that was a summon demonette that I just wasted that on. That's fine.
Burn them!
Yeah, Tzeentch is disgusting, guys. I hope you realize this. This barrier mechanic, how ridiculously overpowered it is. The more I play with it, the more I realize how quite OP it is. Cool, and we've used up all of our ammunition, so this guy can just hang out now. Okay, let's bring in... Don't have enough for Doom Knights, so... Or we do have enough, but they are not available. Get some more Tzeentch Saken over there. We do actually count as large on this, so... Come down and attack this cultist. Okay... Doom Knights out.
Lights.
Hey, what's up, Dutch Skink? Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, Tzeentch is very OP. If you didn't realize. Okay, KKK, looking good there. Just burn up some of my own Forsaken, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, we're almost 5,000 damage value ahead at this point. Like, yeah, no surprise they're good. And not only shooting, but like very high DPS shooting too. Bring in some more Doom Knights over here. Not that we really need them, but why not? No, why not? Okay, Forsaken, come on, hold your attack order. Do you feel the balance, guys? Sir Augment probably feels the balance right now. And I still have enough magic to cast spells. Look at that.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
The Seekers are great if you can get them into horrors without getting shot. The problem with running into horrors' faces is that they're going to get lit up by missiles on the way in, which they do not want. Yeah, in general, I've found the whip cavalry, the whip marauder cavalry. What are they? They're not Hellstriders. Or are they Hellstriders? Let's look. Anyway, let me look at the damage values real quick. Doom Knights, ridiculously strong. Yeah, considering you guys saw me kit this Herald down, or if you didn't, I mean, I'll show you in just a minute. He's like 1,500 points and doubled his value, which is great. The Horrors also, when they can sit and shoot, will do a ton of damage. But the Tzeentch Forsaken, I mean, somebody was asking me earlier about Tzeentch Forsaken versus anything. The answer is that Tzeentch Forsaken are quite strong. The Furies obviously do pretty good. Yeah, just egregious Lord sniping of Tzeentch early in the battle is quite tough. And that's for any faction. If you don't have a way to respond to them air cheesing you, like it's like Wood Elf's air snipe cheese. Like you just lose your Lord. So I've oftentimes not been taking any characters in my initial starting army and just bringing in only cheap, like a cheap caster in reserve, basically, and just not taking characters at all. But anyway. The Marauders did okay. I mean, the Whip Marauder Infantry, it's a little expensive, but again, the Whip Marauder Cavalry, I think, is the way to go here. And just in general, I would max the Marauder Cavalry, both the anti-large and the Whip version, just because they're cheaper, and they actually have a missile block chance, unlike the Heart Seekers and the Seekers. So, I'm surprised you didn't get the Fiends in, but I guess, I mean, it kind of makes sense. I like Fiends in all matchups, personally, but yeah, Fury's definitely very good. But I was going to say, so, yeah, 1,400 points, barely less. Anyway, so, Cavalry. I would say against Tzeentch, these guys, the Hellstriders, yeah, with whips. I guess they are still Hellstriders, but I'd say probably you want to max both. I can actually show you my build real quick. This is sort of giving ammunition to my opponents, but Slaanesh versus Tzeentch. Oh no, I must not have saved it. That's unfortunate. Anyway, yeah, it was something like no character initially, just, I think I might have gone literally like 4 and 4. And then I think that, honestly. And then again, you just take a cheap caster lord, like a cheap herald, with probably just Pendulum and Melkoth, maybe. Yeah, man, still 1,400 points to bring in and get sniped, but still, it's better than nothing. And with the Steed, at least she can get in there very quickly and get the spells off. Yeah, or maybe Pit of Shades, actually, because Pit of Shades will provide, even though it's not as much burst as Pendulum, it occupies a stationary area for a while, so I don't know, maybe something like that. And if you have the extra points, maybe you come in and get Soul Siphon, so if you do get into a blob, or, I don't know, upgrade, yeah, get Locust of Grace or something. Not that that's super useful against Tzeentch. It's not at all useful against Tzeentch, actually, but... yeah, Screamers and Rotflies are very strong. I don't know what you're smoking, Original Slim. Maybe you're watching some campaign gameplay, but no, in multiplayer, Screamers are a meta unit for Tzeentch. Especially in like, against Kislev, where you're facing a lot of cavalry. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so, like, I definitely keep all the Fiends here, and then... Against Tzeentch, it's tricky. Maybe just keep bringing on cheap Marauders. I don't know, like, one Heartseeker isn't a couple of Seekers might not actually be terrible if we can get them in without getting blasted. But we'll bring them in reserve. Sure. Yeah, right now, unfortunately, the chariots, the Secret Chariots, aren't that good. I mean, they're okay, but... Yeah, I mean, supplies, it's pretty easy. It's base 16, and then you get a little bit of extra if you're dealing damage to your opponent's army. You can get 1, 2, or even 3 extra sometimes. And then if you get 1,000 points behind, you start getting extra supply as a catch-up mechanic. And the further behind you get, the more supplies you get, up to, I think, 6 extra supply per second is the cap, which is a lot. That's a lot extra. So, that's kind of, it's relatively simple. But. Well, Original Slim, definitely stay tuned to this channel, and you will see. You will see some gameplay. I actually didn't get a chance to, because I misread the embargo, I didn't get a chance to post my Kislev versus Tzeentch games yet, but Trust me, especially that matchup in particular, but against Khorne too, like Screamers as a counter to Fleshhounds, they're, in general, I mean, even in that last battle, go back and watch that last battle, those Screamers came in and did some serious work, even if they didn't necessarily pay for themselves, but yeah. Yeah, so I was going to say, Screamers, like, pay off almost every time I see them. Yeah, it's almost like playing a Total War Warhammer original battle. I'm going to save this. Slaanesh versus Tzeentch. No. Did it save? Okay, it did save. Okay. Swap back to my Tzeentch build. Yeah, it is true, Valnir, that for factions which rely on taking a lot of damage and healing through it, like Nurgle, or I'm sure Vampire Counts will be in a similar situation, like, yes, you are feeding your opponent extra supply by taking so much damage. That is true. Yeah, supply lines in campaign now, I think, are flat 3%. I forget exactly. I can check. Or if you watch pretty much any campaign gameplay on anyone's channel, just watch for when they recruit a lord, and it'll show you on the tooltip. I want to say it's flat 3%. Like, each army increases by 3% your max upkeep. So, I mean, it's definitely been changed. Yeah. Anyway, I went a little bit longer than what I was intending to on stream, but it looks like Sir Agumon wants to play this one more time after refining his build a bit, so let's do so. Unfortunately, guys, I don't have a ton of time, but rest assured that I have recorded already one Slaanesh game that's going to be going up later today, and I will have lots and lots of Slaanesh gameplay coming up over the next few days. You know, I'm just going to be starting to go ham, basically, and releasing, like, streams and videos every day, pretty much, now until release. So, yeah. Although, we may not... this is going to be the last battle for today. I actually have to run after this. But we will get to those matchups. Yes, Khorne versus Slaanesh is one that I have a replay of that I plan on showing. Yes, it's good. I mean, definitely Khorne warriors are tricky to use there. Like I said, for Khorne, I think the spawn of Khorne are going to be really good against Slaanesh because of the low armor and just super high weapon damage, but...
Herald of the Raven God!
Probably could have swapped out for a Lord of Change this time, but that's okay. Okay, let's just go ahead and split push from the start.
Doom nuts!
Literally going to do exactly the same thing I did last time.
Army of the Dark Gods!
Ah, he does have more units than me initially this time.
Behold my iridescence!
Right? It's 2 in the afternoon for me here, so I gotta go get a couple of things done this afternoon. But it's been a pleasure. Get it? Pleasure? Yeah, Fleshhounds will be good, but at the same time, you say Fleshhounds tear Slaanesh apart. If they eat the charge from anything, they take a lot of damage too. Like, they're squishy. Okay, so it looks like he is going to split push this left side, so let's move up again as before.
Scatter and spin.
More or less same game plan. Okay, so he's just gone wide on infantry this time. That makes sense.
The soul hunt.
Definitely makes sense.
I am the emissary.
Might just start chewing models off of the fiends there. Yeah, if that's the most expensive unit on the field right now.
This way.
Let's go get some scouting.
Go in fury.
Okay.
Onward.
That's fine. All looking fine.
Pinkest horror. Men of the North. Flickering fires.
Okay.
Of fate. Herald of the Raven God.
Okay, he is being very patient right now, which is fine.
Sorcerous cacophony.
Ah, hit a tree for that first shot. That's not good.
Iridescence. Agreed. Take.
Is he gonna come full on this side? Okay, that's fine. I'll concede this position, honestly. He's got some spawn. Okay. Interesting. Let's get some Forsaken.
Charge! Charge! Traverse!
I'm not sure how I feel about this right here.
Army of the
He is getting quite a presence of units over on this side. This is a pretty sizable army here. And I am pretty well split up, so let's keep falling back here to a position where I can reinforce. Music is now bugged out, which is fine. A little bit eerie, but it's fine.
Onward, Northmen!
Okay, if we can keep him kind of balled up here, that's going to be pretty ideal for me. But at the same time, I don't want to be fighting near the woods where my missiles can't really operate effectively. So let's just keep the pressure up for the time being. Okay, let's rain some fire down in there. Let's get some Forsaken to come reinforce and countercharge over here. You guys can also start firing into that choke right there.
Thaumaturgic power!
The horde surges.
Okay, you know what? Let's actually countercharge those guys, and we can just nuke these demonettes another way. Just like that. That's how we nuke them. Okay, let's get the Forsaken moving up. Doom Knights, let's actually have you come reinforce over here. Okay, he ended up getting a frontal charge there, which is fine. Let's bring in some Flamers. Can I actually just charge those spawns? I think I can. Oh, we're getting ambushed over here. I'm not even noticing, okay? Probably going to get collapsed pretty quickly there, but that's fine. We're basically pushing back this entire thing right here. Let's jump those Hellstriders. Okay, looking good, looking good. These Flamers are not within range to actually shoot anything, so we definitely need to move them up.
I am the emissary.
Okay, let's burn some more of these dudes out. Yeah, we might end up losing out over there. My Screamers were a little late to the party, but let's get some more Forsaken. I thought I had enough to summon two. I did not. In fact, how's this all going over here? This is going okay. Let's get in a position to start flaming. Forsaken should win eventually, but let's get the Doom Knights to come over here.
Where chaos commands.
Okay.
Annihilate.
Yeah, the Slash Mass Cavalry is definitely doing better for him this time. I'm also bringing in my units piecemeal, which is arguably not as good as what we were doing last time.
Herald of
But let's fire. You guys can come set up here. Come set up here, please. Not really using my Winds of Magic effectively either, so let's start to do that. Keep the Tzeentch Forsaken, keeping up the pressure there. Okay, you guys firing? You should be firing.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, look at those Marauders just get absolutely wrecked. Okay, so we can now get on the point there, get on the point there. You guys can also get up on the point here. Doom Knights are holding for the time being, but let's get on the point. Okay, maintain your attack order, please. Yeah, we just got 3 capped, which is not good. I need to get on these points as quickly as possible. A little bit risky to just bring in a quick flamer here, but I don't know if they'll notice. Okay, not really using my magic efficiently. Okay. We've almost capped that objective back. We've almost got this one back as well, so that's good. Need to bring in some more protection for these flamers right here, because they're probably about to get countercharged right now. Try and take out these fiends. Okay, it looks like we got a character here now, so we can go snipe him. Nope, still dropping like 60% of frames on the stream. So I think if any of you guys are able to actually hear this, I don't know if you'll be able to. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure what's going on with my connection right now. I think I'm going to have to end the stream, unfortunately. But I'll probably cast this battle after the fact.